Welcome to this documentary on everything about the medieval kings of England, from where they were buried and what happened to their remains, to their favourite food and drinks, plus their hobbies and even how promiscuous they were. This video is a year's worth of content which took me all over England, filming remote ruins to the grand cathedrals and the brilliant castles to show the history of the English kings. Enjoy. When we discuss medieval English kings, I find that we talk about what events occurred during their kingship or what they accomplished during their lifetime, good or bad. But once they've died, their story has ended. And something that I feel is rarely talked about is what happened to their earthly remains and tombs, from the time of their deaths to our modern period. The Middle Ages is fascinating, specifically medieval kingship. In this video, we will look over each medieval king of England's burial site and what happened to them. Alfred the Great. While not a king of England, he did get the ball rolling on creating the Kingdom of England, and it's always good to start strong. We will end on the worst king of England, Henry VIII, as we can't really agree on when the Middle Ages ended. However, if you want to know why we end at Henry VIII, watch this video first. Let's begin. Alfred the Great died 899 AD. He belonged to the House of Wessex, and Winchester was the main city of King Alfred's reign. King Alfred is the only English king to have the title of Great, which was bestowed to him in the 16th century. Orderic Vitalis, a 12th century English chronicler, states that King Alfred was the first king to hold sway over the whole of England. Alfred's earthly remains were not left in peace over the centuries since his death. Alfred was originally interred at the Old Minster in Winchester, but he was moved to the New Minster by his son and successor, Edward the Elder, remaining there for some time before being moved again by the monks of Winchester to Hyde Abbey. This is where tracking King Alfred goes a bit pear-shaped. Because of the worst king of England, Henry VIII, and his dissolution of the monasteries, Hyde Abbey was suppressed, and all that remains is the gatehouse. Alfred's tomb was lost until the 18th century, when it was found during construction work for a prison. The remains were either crushed up or reburied. By the late 1990s, excavation work began on a burial site at St. Bartholomew's Church. Yet the bones that were unearthed were not Alfred's. A pelvis bone was found during the excavation of Hyde Abbey, which has been subsequently tested and dated around the time period of Alfred's death. But the bone could also be of another Anglo-Saxon king of England. The main problem is finding a DNA match for the bone. Sadly, it's most likely that Alfred the Great's remains are lost to time. Edward the Elder, son of King Alfred. Edward died in 924, and like his fathers, his remains are now lost, being buried first at the New Minster in Winchester, and then moved to Hyde Abbey before suffering the same fate as his fathers, lost to time. Now we move on to the first king of the English, who established the Kingdom of England, King Athelstan, who is an interesting case, because he's the only English king to be buried at Malmesbury Abbey. Athelstan was not only a victorious king on the battlefield, but also a pious king who founded many churches and abbeys, while also promoting various saints. Athelstan struggled initially to gain the throne of Wessex due to his brother, but he died and the Witan did consider another candidate for the throne of Wessex. But eventually Athelstan gained the Wessex throne. But due to various reasons, Athelstan would not be buried in Winchester next to his father and grandfather. Rather, Athelstan was entombed at Malmesbury Abbey. As for Athelstan's remains, there isn't much information. William of Malmesbury, a 12th century historian, mentions that his bones were still visible, but after that I couldn't find any more information on Athelstan's bones other than his tomb disappears. By the 15th century, there is an empty sarcophagus to commemorate him. King Edmund I, brother of Athelstan, died 946 AD, buried at Glastonbury Abbey, remaining there until the dissolution of the monasteries. His bones are now lost, and spoilers, the dissolution of the monasteries as the reason for the loss of the remains is going to come up quite a bit. King Edred, brother of Edmund, died 955. His wishes, according to his will, implies he may have wanted to be entombed at Glastonbury Abbey. Instead, he was buried in Winchester. His remains may be in a mortuary chest at Winchester Cathedral, but again, the main issue is DNA testing. However, there is work in motion to test and reconstruct several of the skeletons to finally figure out who is who, or at least try to. King Edwig, son of Edmund I, died 959, a debaucherous king who clashed with his Archbishop of Canterbury. His reign was so poor that the Kingdom of England was split in two and shared with his younger brother, Edgar. Edwig is entombed at Winchester. King Edgar, son of Edmund I, died 975. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles state that in 959, here King Edwig passed away, and Edgar, his brother, succeeded to the kingdom both in Wessex and Mercia and in Northumbria, and he was 16 years old. Known as peaceful during his reign, he was entombed at Glastonbury Abbey until its suppression. Again, remains are now lost. Edward the Martyr died 978, son of King Edgar. His short reign is characterized by his death. He was murdered and quickly buried at Wareham Abbey, where miracles were attributed to him. Edward was later moved to Shaftesbury Abbey a year after his death. I'll give you 3 guesses as to what happened to Shaftesbury Abbey. It got shafted and torn down during the suppression. Yet there is some controversy with Edward's bones. Apparently, they're now on display at an Orthodox church, but there's little evidence to support this. The bones are most likely lost to time. Ethelred the Unready died 1016, son of King Edgar, known as the ill-advised king due to paying off the Vikings during their raiding of England instead of attacking them as his predecessors had done. Ethelred lost his throne once to Sven Forkbeard in 1013, but Sven died not long after, and Ethelred ruled until his death in 1016. He was entombed at Old St. Paul's Cathedral until 1666, when the Great Fire of London destroyed his and many other tombs. Sven Forkbeard, king by right of conquest, the first Norse king of England, who died in 1014 before any kind of coronation could occur. As for Sven's remains, the Anglo-Saxon chronicles only mentions the happy event of Sven's death occurred. The eulogy of Queen Emma, an 11th century manuscript, mentions that Sven's body was prepared by an English matron who had a ship ready to take Sven's embalmed body to Denmark. It mentions that Sven was buried initially in her country, perhaps York, before being laid to rest at Roskilde Cathedral, Denmark. Edmund Ironsides, son of Ethelred the Unready, died 30th of November 1016. All the councillors of the English race chose Edmund for king, and he resolutely defended his kingdom in his time. Edmund fought Sven's son and successor, Canute, fighting him in various battles. Afterwards, an agreement was made to divide the Kingdom of England between the two men. Edmund died shortly after, and Canute took over the rest of England in 1016. Edmund was buried at Glastonbury Abbey near his grandfather, King Edgar. His bones are now lost due to the suppression of the abbeys. Canute, son of Sven Forkbeard and king by the right of conquest, died 1035. Canute established the North Sea Empire. Despite such an impressive empire, there are few sources for Canute's reign. Canute may have suffered from an illness that eventually killed him later on in life, dying at Shaftesbury Abbey near the shrine of Edward the Martyr. One of our sources mentions Canute's heart being buried in Shaftesbury, and the rest of his remains were entombed at the Minster in Winchester. Perhaps Canute chose to be buried with kings of the old regime to attest his legitimacy. His bones were moved after the Norman conquest into the new Winchester Cathedral and placed in a mortuary chest. By the 17th century, the bones of Canute and others were scattered by the Roundheads, before being recovered and placed with other bones. But as mentioned before, the bones in the chests are still being DNA tested. Harold Harefoot, son of Canute, died 1040 at Oxford. He nicked the throne of England from his brother Harthcanute and was entombed at Old Abbey Church of St. Peter's, Westminster, London, before being dug up, mutilated, and then thrown into a marsh on the orders of his brother Harthcanute. Harold's remains may have been retrieved and reburied at St. Clement Danes Church, London. Harthacnut, son of Canute, died 1042, and the last Danish king of England, a complete wanker, because he burnt my hometown of Worcester. Entombed at the Minster in Winchester, bones were placed in a mortuary chest when moved to Winchester Cathedral. Edward the Confessor, the last king of the House of Wessex, and later canonized as a saint, son of King Ethelred, died the 5th of January, 1066. King Edward ordered the construction of Westminster Abbey, but by the time of the abbey's consecration on December the 28th, 1065, Edward was already deathly ill, as he was consumed by the fire of his illness. Edward was entombed on the 6th of January, 1066. Edward the Confessor is the first king we've covered that is still resting at his original burial site, Westminster Abbey. While his remains have been moved around the abbey, once in 1163 and again in 1269 during Henry III's renovations, King Edward's remains even survived the suppression of the monasteries, unlike some of his predecessors and successors. Edward's coffin was moved during Henry VIII's reign, before being moved back during Mary I's reign. In 1685, Edward's coffin was damaged by a rafter that had fallen onto the tomb. Since then, Edward's coffin has remained in place within his shrine. Harold Godwinson, or Harold II, died 14th of October, 1066. The last Anglo-Saxon king of England, elected by the Witan and possibly named successor by his brother-in-law, Edward the Confessor, on his deathbed. Harold, while only king for a short time, left his mark on history with his victory at Stamford Bridge, but then only to lose his life at the Battle of Hastings, arguably one of the most famous battles in world history. As for his remains, it's a bit of a mystery. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles don't mention anything about where Harold's remains are, only that there was a great slaughter on either side. The Bayeux Tapestry, a Norman source, depicts Harold being chopped up or being hit in the eye by an arrow. Whatever was left of Harold, in some sources, was entombed at Waltham Abbey, or was buried by the seaside at Hastings, or buried where Battle Abbey is and then moved to Waltham Abbey, or buried at his birthplace at Bosham, at the Holy Trinity Church. And the final theory is that by some miracle, Harold survived the Battle of Hastings. That tale comes from a manuscript titled The Life of Harold. One of our sources states, the manuscript appears to be an early 14th century copy of an original work from the late 12th century. The bottom line is that Harold survived and lived till the ripe old age as a hermit at Chester. The tale of where Harold Godwinson's remains could be is an open book. Without excavation and DNA testing, it's a mystery. William the Bastard, or William the Conqueror, the first Norman king and king by conquest, died 1087. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles state about William's death and burial, the sharp death which spares neither powerful men nor lowly. It seized him. He died in Normandy on the day immediately after the Nativity of St. Mary, and was buried in Caen at St. Stephen's Minster. Sounds simple enough, unless you were one of the mourners at the funeral. Instead of crying tears of grief, you'd be shouting, "Good grief, what a smell," as William's obese, swollen corpse had burst whilst being placed into his tomb. The service was promptly rushed, and afterwards nobody touched the egg and cress sandwiches. William's remains have been disturbed a few times, with the majority of his remains lost in 1562 during the War of Religion in France, leaving only his thigh bone left. What was left of William was again disturbed during the French Revolution in 1793. There is only a slab dedicated to William now. William Rufus, or William II, king by succession, third son of William the Conqueror, died 1100 in the New Forest, Hampshire. A rather forgettable king whose death by an arrow shot in the New Forest is arguably more famous than his rule. After his death, William's body was left while the nobles that were with him rushed back to secure their own lands. William's body was eventually moved and placed onto a cart. He was then quickly buried in Winchester, near or under one of the towers, which collapsed not long afterwards. The collapse of the tower is used by contemporary chroniclers as a sign of displeasure by God. As with other remains in Winchester Cathedral, William's remains may have been scattered and then placed into one of the boxes or placed into another coffin. Henry I, son of William the Conqueror, king by quick succession, died December 1135. A powerful king who conquered Normandy by beating and imprisoning his elder brother, Robert Curthose. Robert died in 1134 and has a magnificent tomb at Gloucester Cathedral. As for King Henry's tomb, well, it's kind of lost, but maybe one day it might be found. King Henry was entombed at Reading Abbey, which he founded, and is the only king buried there. I've said it enough times, but you can guess what happened to Reading Abbey. However, there has been a substantial amount of work made into finding Henry's tomb or bones, but nothing yet. King Stephen, nephew of King Henry, died 1154. King by proclamation, or a usurper depending on your interpretation. King Henry's male heirs had died in the White Ship disaster, and only his daughter, the Empress Matilda, was the last heir of King Henry's direct line. Yet Stephen took the throne. What followed was a civil war known as the Anarchy. Peace was restored when King Stephen came to an agreement with Empress Matilda's son, Henry, to adopt him as heir. King Stephen died not long afterwards and was entombed with his wife, Queen Matilda, at Faversham Abbey. There is nothing left of Faversham Abbey, no visible ruins whatsoever, and King Stephen's remains are lost to time. In one of the last pages of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, it states about King Stephen's death. 1154. In this year, King Stephen died, and was buried where his wife and son were buried, at Faversham, the minster that they had made. King Henry II, grandson of Henry I, king by succession, died 1189. One of, if not the most powerful medieval kings of England, King Henry inherited large swathes of land. His marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine granted even more land to him, which in turn created an empire known as the Angevin Empire. Roger of Howden gives an account of King Henry's burial. His son and successor, Richard, had travelled to Fronteford Abbey, where Henry's body was being prepared for burial. Henry's body had been stripped of valuables shortly after he died, and when Richard, weeping heavily, approached the body, blood flowed out of Henry's nostrils. After Henry's entombment, his remains were left undisturbed until the French Revolution, where they were most likely scattered and lost. Richard the Lionheart, or Richard I, son of King Henry II, king by succession, died 1199. Buried at Fronteford Abbey, unlike his father's, remains lost to time. Only his heart remains at Rouen, but it's rotted into a brown powder. Although the heart has been analysed, the scientific journal is in the top comment tab if you'd like to read it. King John, or John Lackland, died 1216, son of King Henry II and king by succession. I'm not spending too much time talking about John, as I made a 3-hour video about him. His remains are entombed at Worcester Cathedral and remain as such. The country was in a civil war, so Worcester was the only suitable place for him at the time of his death. The only thing I'll say is that his tomb's effigy was scrubbed of colour by the bloody Victorians. King Henry III, or Henry of Winchester, died 1272, son of King John and king by a close succession. One of the longest reigning kings of England, and known for remodelling Westminster Abbey in devotion to his patron saint, Edward the Confessor. Many contemporary chroniclers write differing accounts of his life and death. My favourite is Thomas Wicks's account. Henry III's body was fittingly decked out with the richest clothes and the royal crown. All believe that, when it was being carried by specially chosen nobles of the realm on a bier for burial, it shone with greater splendour than it had in life. Henry's remains are still in place at Westminster Abbey, only being moved a few times. His heart was moved to Fronteford Abbey. Edward I, or Edward Longshanks, died 1307, son of Henry III, king by succession, entombed not far from his father's tomb at Westminster Abbey. considered another great medieval king, Edwardus Magnus, and the last crusading king, participating in the Ninth Crusade. His tomb, compared to his father's, is more simplistic and lacks an effigy. What is interesting is the journey Edward's remains took shortly after death. To preface this, Edward is an old Anglo-Saxon name. After all, Edward's father, Henry, had a great fondness towards Edward the Confessor. So, after the Norman conquest, King Edward was the first king to be named with an Anglo-Saxon name. Now back to King Edward's journey to burial. The location the body first rested at was none other than Waltham Abbey, one of the alleged locations of Harold Godwinson's resting place, the first Anglo-Saxon named king since the conquest, was first rested at the alleged burial site of the last Anglo-Saxon king. Quite a coincidence. Edward II, or Edward of Carnarvon, died 1327, son of Edward I, king by succession. Edward is the first and only king to be entombed at Gloucester Cathedral. Edward II was pretty bad at being king, so much so he was made to abdicate for his young son. The leaders of this group that forced Edward II out was led by his wife, Isabella of France, and her lover, Roger Mortimer. Edward II died under mysterious circumstances in 1327. Most likely, he was murdered, and there's a few theories on how he died. But that's for another video, and I won't poke at that subject today. As for the reason for Edward's entombment at Gloucester Cathedral, one reason could be it was easier having a quick burial, so the new regime could focus on stability and legitimacy. And Gloucester Cathedral wasn't far from where Edward died. Gloucester is an old city, and not far from the cathedral is St. Oswald's Priory, which did contain the tomb of Ethelfled, Lady of the Mercians. Again, another Anglo-Saxon connection coincidence. Edward's remains are still at Gloucester, and his tomb is still in fine condition. Edward III, or Edward of Windsor, died 1377, son of Edward II, king from forced abdication of his predecessor. A far better king than his father, Edward started the 116 Years' War with France over the French throne. Some of the money made from the war went to remodeling Windsor Castle. Yet Edward is entombed at Westminster Abbey, and after researching over 20 different kings, Westminster Abbey is the safest place for their remains. His body was buried at Westminster with all reverence. Richard II died 1400, grandson of Edward III and son of Edward the Black Prince, king by succession and king at the age of 10. Despite showing promise during the Peasants' Revolt, Richard was a disappointing medieval king of England, and he was deposed by his cousin Henry Bolingbroke and imprisoned at Pontefract Castle, where he died at the age of 33. Most likely, he was starved to death. His body was displayed to the public to show he had died and no foul play was involved. Richard was first entombed at King's Langley Priory before being moved to Westminster Abbey in 1413 into the tomb he had ordered to be constructed for himself a few years after his first wife, Anne of Bohemia, died in 1394, where they both remain. Henry IV, or Henry Bolingbroke, died 1413, grandson of Edward III and son of John of Gaunt, king by usurpation, entombed at Canterbury Cathedral and the only English king buried there. Henry was a big fan of Thomas Becket the martyred Archbishop of Canterbury, and wished to be entombed near his favourite saint, much like Henry III and Edward the Confessor. Saints were like the action heroes of the Middle Ages. People had their favourite ones. Henry is still there to this day. Henry V, or Henry of Monmouth, died 1422, son of Henry IV, king by succession. Henry V was the medieval embodiment of kick ass and chew gum, a warrior king who battered the French, yet died at the young age of 35. If Henry had lived a bit longer, he would have been both King of England and France. Henry died in France, and his body was taken back to England and entombed at Westminster Abbey. Henry VI died 1471, son of Henry V, king by succession. Henry VI was King of England and France for a time. Yet despite these prestigious titles, Henry VI was a poor king, plagued by mental health issues. His energetic wife, Margaret of Anjou, tried to keep his reign going, but eventually Henry was deposed and killed at the Tower of London. Buried at an obscure location, Chertsey Abbey, Henry's remains were later moved to St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle by Richard III. Henry VII tried to have Henry VI venerated and even built a shrine for him at Westminster Abbey, but the plans never came to fruition, and Henry VI is still entombed at Windsor Castle. Edward IV died 1483, king by conquest. Edward was the son of Richard, Duke of York, and had a claim to the English throne thanks to being a descendant of Edward III, taking the throne from the enfeebled Henry VI. Edward was another warrior king who, while in his youth, cut a powerful figure, but as he aged, his diet and illnesses weakened him, leading to his death at the age of just 40. His body was laid in state at St. Stephen's Chapel until 16th of April, before interment at Windsor. Yet his tomb was destroyed by the parliamentarians during the English Civil War, and a simple black marble slab now marks his grave. Edward V died some time after April 1483, king but uncrowned, son of Edward IV. Perhaps the most controversial burial and death, Edward V and his brother Richard are known as the famous Princes in the Tower, as they disappeared while they were confined at the Tower of London. We cannot say for certain where the boys are entombed, and to explain their deaths and burial is an enormous task which needs its own video. Richard III died 1485, uncle of Edward V and brother of Edward IV, king by proclamation or a usurper depending on your interpretation. Now is the winter of our discontent, made glorious summer by this son of York. Richard III's story of his burial is incredibly famous in the UK, with Richard's skeleton being excavated under a car park at Leicester in 2012, and the rediscovery of his remains led to a boom in trying to find other kings, which still carries on today, as after his bloody death at Bosworth, he was simply entombed at Greyfriars Abbey after his corpse had suffered mocking and stripped bare. Richard's remains were lost during the dissolution of the abbeys, and as mentioned, found again. Richard's remains now lie in a lovely modern tomb at Leicester Cathedral. Henry VII, or Henry Tudor, died 1509, king by conquest, or a usurper depending on your interpretation. The head of a new dynasty, the Tudors. Henry's reign was a stressful one, winning the throne at the Battle of Bosworth Field and marrying Edward IV's daughter, Elizabeth, which secured the throne, as Henry himself had such a weak claim to it. But despite this, Henry still faced uprisings, and his dynasty was secured thanks to his son, Prince Arthur. Yet sadly, Arthur died, and Elizabeth died shortly after childbirth. Combined with the stressful nature of kingship, Henry died in 1509 and was entombed at Westminster Abbey. Henry VIII, or Henry, the Heritage Destroyer. Now we come to the king who is mainly responsible for the loss of many of his predecessors' burial sites. Despite starting off as a darling prince of Europe, Henry's later reign is filled with cruelty, fear, and destruction. When his reign came to an end in 1547, he was entombed at St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, where he has remained since. When it comes to the medieval kings of England, sometimes their deaths are the most famous moments of their lives, as some reigned for such a short time or died in grim circumstances. In this video, we will try and explain how each medieval king of England met their end. And if you've watched the previous episode on where each medieval king of England is buried, you'll know we start at Alfred the Great and end at Henry VIII. From Wessex, England to Tudor England, some of the dearly departed lost their lives in tragic ways, and only a few kings surprisingly died in battle. The perks of being a medieval king aren't bad. Access to the finest food and drink, travelling aplenty, although it's a stressful and dangerous job, and without the right guidance or the wrong personality traits, a medieval king of England could be replaced quite easily. Before we start, if you enjoy the content on this channel, consider supporting the channel on Patreon or YouTube channel membership. Let's begin. Alfred the Great. Most about what we know about King Alfred comes from the Welsh monk Asser, who wrote the life of King Alfred, offering a highly praised account of most of King Alfred's life. Now, we don't know the actual cause of King Alfred's death. However, gleaming across Asser's biography of King Alfred, Asser mentions an illness that plagued King Alfred for nearly his entire adult life. In the first instance, Asser states, "For when he was older and more incessantly preoccupied by day and night with, or rather harassed by all kinds of illnesses unknown to the physicians of this island." He further mentions that Alfred was afflicted with a terrible pain during his wedding feast, with the feast lasting day and night. We know that Alfred suffered from hemorrhoids, also known as piles, as Asser mentions Alfred suffering from them for many years. But he further adds that since the day of Alfred's wedding feast, he suffered an even worse illness that inflicted great pains day and night from his 20s to his mid-40s. The pain was agonizing, so much so that Alfred feared it returning so greatly when it had just abated. An article in the Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine, Volume 84, from May 1991, argues that Alfred suffered from Crohn's disease. The disease is described as Crohn's disease is a lifelong condition where parts of the digestive system become inflamed. To summarize the article, they make the argument that Alfred suffered from Crohn's based on lesions and the fact that the illness started around the typical time frame of Crohn's symptoms, appearing around the early 20s. Another suggestion from the article is tuberculosis, an infection that affects the lungs. These are all hypotheses. If we move forward with the idea that Alfred suffered from a type of inflammatory bowel disease, then Alfred would have had an increased risk of developing bowel cancer, as Alfred died around the age of 50, where most men of that age and under tend to have a colonoscopy. So while there is no information stating how King Alfred died, we can attempt to put forward an idea of the cause of death. As Alfred the Great is such an important king for early English history, I wanted to focus quite a bit on his death. Edward the Elder, another king we don't actually know the cause of death. Edward is an underrated king, but sadly there's not much detailing his life or death. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicles simply state that, 924, here King Edward passed away, and Aethelstan, his son, succeeded to the kingdom. And unlike his father, there's no Welsh monk from God's country detailing his life. Before his death, Edward was putting down a revolt in Chester, so maybe dysentery or an infection of some kind. Aethelstan, one of the most powerful Anglo-Saxon kings of the now established Kingdom of England. Aethelstan went from King of the Anglo-Saxons to King of the English. As the same as his father, we don't know how he died. Unfortunately, our sources from this time period are limited and give rather naff details. Edmund I, the first King of England to be murdered. King Edmund had such great potential, but alas he ruled for only 6 years. Edmund was stabbed or died in a brawl against a man called Leoffer. As always with early Middle Ages English kings, the details are lacking. We don't know the reason why Edmund was killed, whether it was an assassination or if he was trying to save his steward. It's up for debate. Edred, a sickly king who suffered from terrible health issues. William of Malmesbury writes in the 12th century that Edred endured with patience his frequent bodily pains. This seems similar to his grandfather, King Alfred's ailments. The life of St. Dunstan gives us further descriptions of this illness.
He would suck the juice out of his food, chew what was left of it for a little, and then spit it out, a practice that often turned the stomachs of the thanes dining with him. He dragged on an invalid existence as best he could, despite the process of his body, for quite a long time. Finally, his worsening illness came over him more and more often with 1,000-fold weight, and brought him unhappily to his deathbed.
What killed Edred could have been a myriad of illnesses, and it seems that Edred suffered a painful death. Edwig, another king we don't know how he died. However, Edwig died young, only at the age of 19. His reign wasn't great. The kingdoms that made up England were split between Edwig and his brother Edgar. Speaking of which, King Edgar, he was much older than his brother when he died, yet he was still young, dying at the age of 31. Edgar had such an eventful reign. His coronation at Bath was a grand affair, yet he died 2 years after. William of Malmesbury writes favourably of Edgar's reign, but ends Edgar's tale in a dark tone. A man who rendered his country illustrious through his distinguished courage and the brilliance of his action, as well as by the increase of the servants of God. After his departure, the state and the hopes of the English met with a melancholy reverse. The only indication of what killed Edgar, and it's not much, comes from the lives of St. Oswald and St. Egwin, which states that he was suddenly snatched from this world. So the only interpretation I can think of from that one meagre line is a fever or plague. Edward the Martyr. I mean, the hint's in the name, martyr. Edward was murdered, but to give context on why Edward was murdered, we briefly need to go back to his father, Edgar, as he had two sons, Edward and Ethelred, by two different women. Ethelred's mother formed a rival party against her stepson Edward due to various reasons. But the main reason was she wanted her son Ethelred to be king. However, he was too young at the time of Edgar's death. The lives of St. Oswald and St. Egwin provides the context. Now certain of the magistrates of this realm wished to elect the elder son of King Edgar, named Edward. As king, some of the aldermen wanted the younger son because he seemed more gentle to everyone in word and deed. But the elder son struck not only fear, but even terror into everyone. He hounded them not only with tongue lashings, side note, that's not a euphemism, but even with cruel beatings. Edward's murder occurred at what is now Corfe Castle, at his stepmother's estate, where on arrival he was surrounded by soldiers, pulled off his horse, and then fatefully stabbed. Edward's last words were, "What are you doing, breaking my right hand?" Ethelred, one of the longest reigning kings of Anglo-Saxon England. By the time of his death, he had lost his throne once to Sven Forkbeard, but he died, and Ethelred gained his throne back. But then Sven's son, Canute, started invading England. Ethelred died on the 23rd of April, which was also St. George's Day. We don't know what caused his death, but Ethelred was in his 50s, so it could have been anything. He breathed out a life destined only to labours and misery. Sven Forkbeard, our first Viking king of England, for a little bit. Sven, while never crowned king of England, is still counted among the ranks of kings. What killed Sven is up for debate. One theory is that he died from a fall from his horse, which is definitely believable. Another tale is that St. Edmund's ghost killed Sven by piercing him with his spear. St. Edmund was the king of East Anglia who was killed by the Vikings. So in return, he killed the first Viking king of England. Talk about holding a grudge. Edmund Ironsides, the best named king of Anglo-Saxon England. Edmund Ironside is famous for stoutly resisting King Canute and his army. The end result was that England was split between Edmund and Canute, yet Edmund died shortly after this agreement. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles don't give us the cause of death. William of Malmesbury mentions that two servants in Edmund's household were paid to kill him with, they drove an iron hook into his posteriors as he was sitting down for a necessary purpose, aka the shit killed the king while he was on the shitter. But remember, William is writing this much later after the event. The story of Edmund being killed while on the loo appears in a few other later accounts, with differing ways that Edmund died. One was a crossbow bolt in the bum, another was a dagger in the bowels, and the classic method, poison. The eulogy of Queen Emma only offers that God took Edmund away in order to unite England again. I believe Edmund suffered grievous wounds from his many battles, and I think he died from those wounds. King Canute. Towards the end of his life, it is reported by our sources that he was suffering from some sort of illness. As in the last few months of his life, he donated more earthly goods to monasteries, perhaps a bribe to get into heaven, probably because of all the sacking Canute did while conquering England. Harold Harefoot, despite putting his foot down and claiming the throne of England while his older half-brother was away, Harold died young at Oxford. He was 24 years old. What caused his death is unknown. Maybe he washed his feet for the first time, and the shock killed him. Harthacnut, an unpopular king who, like his half-brother, died young. The tale of his death is actually told in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles. Harthacnut died as he stood at his drink, and he suddenly fell to the earth with an awful convulsion, and those who were close by took hold of him, and he spoke no word afterwards. Whether he was poisoned or died from alcohol poisoning, or even a brain aneurysm brought on from excessive drinking, is certainly debatable. Edward the Confessor. Edward was actually an old man for his time, dying at the age of 63. He had been ill for some time. One contemporary account mentions a sickness of the mind, and further states that Edward was languishing from the sickness of the soul he had contracted. Historians have theorized Edward's cause of death as either a stroke or pneumonia. Harold Godwinson. Do I really need to explain this one? Really? Alright. Harold died during the Battle of Hastings, making him one of the few English kings to die in battle. The problem is, we're not 100% sure how he died during the battle. The classic tale is that Harold was killed by an arrow in the eye. Accounts vary on how Harold died. Even the Bayeux Tapestry depicting the battle shows two deaths occurring, one by an arrow in the eye and the other a Norman knight cutting someone down. The problem here is the text which reads King Harold is killed is embroidered across both deaths, which makes it confusing to interpret. The best book I've read for detailing Harold's death is titled The Battle of Hastings by Jim Bradbury. We will never know for sure how Harold died unless we invent a time machine, and I don't have any books on theoretical physics. William I. Now we arrive at the Norman kings, and our sources start to offer us more details. And to give you an introduction to William, I offer this from the Chronicle of Man. In the same year, William Bastard conquered England, slew King Harold, and reigned in his place and reduced the English to perpetual servitude. He ruled over the nation of the English for 20 years and 11 months. William's death was long and painful, caused either by illness or an injury, depending on the account. We know William was campaigning in France, where his forces were sacking the town of Mantes. One account states that William, being too close to the burning, smouldering town, was overcome by it, causing his illness. The other tale is more riveting and grim, where William's horse was spooked by the flames and leapt, causing the pommel of the saddle to penetrate William's obese gut. William's painful end was not quick, suffering for a time before finally dying on the 9th of September, 1087. William II, killed by an arrow in the New Forest while on a hunt. The problem is whether the arrow was loosed intentionally or not. Accounts vary on the motive. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicles mentions that the king was shot with an arrow by a man of his. William of Malmesbury, writing a few decades afterwards, names the man as Walter, surnamed Tyrrell, who pierced his breast with an arrow. A stag had come close to the king. William uttered not a word, but snapped off the shaft of the arrow and promptly fell forward and died. Walter fled England and never returned. Now the other companion on this hunting trip was William's brother, Henry, who promptly legged it and was crowned King of England a few days later. Henry I, he may have died from food poisoning. You see, Henry loved a type of eel called lamprey and consumed many of them. Lampreys were found all over England's rivers. They were so aplenty that lampreys were used as payment for rents. There are even eel historians. That's how important eels were in Middle Ages England. As for other accounts, they simply state that Henry died from an illness after a hunt. He was in his late 60s. King Stephen, despite dying at quite an old age for the medieval period in his late 50s, the chronicles don't give a cause of death. He may have died suddenly, as after coming to an agreement with Henry Fitz-Empress over the throne of England, ending the civil war known as the Anarchy. During the last year of his life, King Stephen was travelling all over England. In the same year, King Stephen laid siege to many castles, and took them and levelled many of them with the ground, almost the very last of which was the castle of Drax, shortly after which King Stephen died. Like King Alfred, King Stephen suffered from the terrible ailment of hemorrhoids, and suffered from a stomach disease, so perhaps stomach cancer or even a burst appendix. Henry II. There is a lot that could have caused the death of Henry: stress, stroke, internal bleeding, fever, heartbreak. It's difficult to pin the exact cause of death, as in the last few months of Henry's life, his son Richard was once again causing mischief with the French king. Henry was so weak towards the end, he had to be held upright on his horse by his attendants when meeting Richard and the French king. After the meeting, Henry was carried back on a litter. Upon hearing the names of those who had joined Richard's side, one name sent Henry over. His son John had joined with Richard. Cursing his sons and himself, Henry died not long afterwards. Richard I. Richard suffered a painful end. He was besieging a castle and examining the area for any potential weakness, when he was struck by an arrow or crossbow bolt. This injury didn't kill the king. What killed Richard was either an infection from the wound, as the arrow was removed so poorly by Richard's physician, or gangrene or even sepsis. Either way, Richard's end was long and painful. It took nearly a fortnight for Richard to die. John, described as a shit and died shitting from dysentery. Dysentery is an infection of the intestines. The chroniclers give different accounts on how John caught dysentery. Regardless, he still died from it. Later tales would add he was poisoned, but that always pops up when a king suddenly dies after an illness. John suffered for 2 months before dying. Henry III dying at the age of 65, which is pretty old for the Middle Ages. Henry had been ill for some time before his death, staying at Westminster until his end. One source mentions that his last days had been disturbed by the cries of tumultuous Londoners who had filled the Great Hall and the yards with clamours for their new mayor. Henry's cause of death was one final illness. Edward I, another case of dysentery. Edward died while on campaign to Scotland, dying near Carlisle. Edward was an old king, passing away at the age of 68. I find myself agreeing with this quote about Edward's last months. The last few months of his life presented merely a painful struggle between a still vigorous mind and a decaying body. On the Friday, when his men went to raise him up so that he might take some food, he breathed his last there in their hands. Edward II. His death is difficult to pin down. Of course, the most popular and enduring tale of Edward's death was that he died from injuries inflicted by a red-hot poker up the bottom, which fits with the stereotype that the Middle Ages was grim and horrible. However, historians lambast that tale. 14th century chronicles give a wide variety of causes for Edward's death, far more than one would guess nowadays, from the almost inevitable statements by non-specialists that Edward was killed by having a red-hot poker inserted inside him. The red-hot poker tale is a myth. If Edward was murdered, he may have been drugged or smothered to death, as when the body would be inspected, certain wounds would be visible. Yet none of Edward's immediate family saw his body until his burial at Gloucester, where it had been embalmed and covered. There's also some evidence that Edward may have escaped and lived on in Italy. I can see the benefits of that as a British person for the Italian food, wine, and of course, the weather. Edward III, another medieval monarch who lived to an old age of 64. Edward is ranked on the upper echelons of English kings, yet the last few years of his reign weren't the best. One historian puts it rather bluntly. Edward III outlived his own generation and his own usefulness, and became a considerable liability to the throne during his last years. Harsh but true. As Edward, in the last few years of his life, had gone senile and may have suffered from a series of strokes, Edward would die from one final stroke on the 21st of June, 1377. Richard II, on a scale of 1 to 10, Richard's end was painful, an easy 10. Richard was most likely starved to death, deprived of food and water. Richard had been deposed by his cousin Henry Bolingbroke, now Henry IV, for various reasons. One of the main reasons was pissing off a good amount of the nobility. One example, at one parliament on the 17th of September 1397, where Richard had over 300 archers ready to loose arrows on anyone who dared challenge him, and withholding the inheritance his cousin Henry Bolingbroke was owed after the death of Henry's father, John of Gaunt, in 1399. All of these events culminated in Richard's deposition. Richard was moved around to various locations before arriving at his final destination, Pontefract Castle, where he starved to death. The only issue is whether he intentionally starved himself or not. Henry IV, another painful death. Henry had suffered quite a lot from different illnesses over the course of his life. Henry had hired a large amount of physicians to treat his ailments. He suffered from a skin disease, we're not sure which one, leprosy, severe eczema, or joint inflammation or swelling. Whatever it was plagued him for nearly all of his reign, and from 1411, Henry is described as being physically incapable. Henry had a few bouts of recovery until March 1413, when he collapsed. Henry was then moved to the Jerusalem chamber, where he died surrounded by his friends and family. He was 45. What finally killed King Henry, we can't say for sure. Complications from his various illnesses, or a stroke. One interesting note about Henry dying in the Jerusalem chamber at Westminster Abbey is that Henry is reported to have said, "Praise be to the Father of heaven, for now I know I shall die in this chamber, according to the prophecy of me before said, that I should die in Jerusalem." Henry V, another case of dysentery, which Henry had caught during a siege in France. One French chronicler reported the illness in the English camp as a marvellous pestilence of stomach flux. It's important to remember that at this point in the 116 Years' War between England and France, the French had their arses kicked by Henry, and he had secured the French throne. Sadly, Henry died a few weeks later. He was 35. Henry VI suffered a brutal end, but unlike his predecessors, his death was quicker, although it still wasn't pleasant. Henry was bludgeoned to death at the Tower of London on the orders of the man who deposed him, Edward IV. Although a pro-Yorkist account states that the king died from the melancholy from suffering from the death of his heir, Edward. Edward IV. His death is considered a historical mystery. After securing the throne and killing off his rival Henry VI and his former ally, the Earl of Warwick, also known to history as the Kingmaker, Edward's reign saw relative peace in England, and he enjoyed the spoils of peace. Edward's court was the height of decadence, lavish and rich. It helped that Edward was getting a tasty allowance from the French king, at least until 1482. By 1483, Edward was dying. One account mentions that Edward caught a chill while fishing and later died from it. Another suggestion is a stroke or heart attack. Edward was rather large by the time of his death, as he was famous for overindulging. Another cause could be dysentery. Shortly before his death, Edward had gone fishing. The fish he had caught was prepared, and Edward consumed it. A few hours later, he was ill. He may have developed either pneumonia or acute respiratory distress syndrome, where the lungs become rapidly inflamed. One final suggestion of Edward's death is due to treponematosis, to quote, the parent disease of syphilis. Edward V. I must admit, I always feel uncomfortable talking about the princes in the Tower. The two boys were most likely murdered, given the brutality of the time, and being a direct threat to Richard III. As I've said before in the last episode, their deaths require a fully in-depth video. Richard III. You should all know this one. Richard is our second and last medieval English king to die in battle. Richard was slain in the thick of battle after charging at Henry's party during the Battle of Bosworth. As for the wound that may have killed him, a blow to the back of his head, Dr. Joe Appleby, who analysed Richard's skeleton, states, the appearance of this injury is typical of an attack with a large bladed weapon, which was sufficiently sharp to slice off a large area of bone from the near base of the skull. Although we cannot identify the specific weapon that caused this injury, it would have been consistent with a halberd or similar weapon. This wound is likely to have been fatal, although that would have depended on exactly how far the blade penetrated into the brain. She further adds, we have evidence of significant injuries on the skeleton, but we cannot conclusively prove that they were the cause of death. Richard endured a multitude of wounds during the battle, so it's difficult to state which one was the fatal wound. Henry VII, perhaps the most stressed English king, even after securing the throne, Henry's rule was challenged, but by the time Henry was on his deathbed, he had achieved the remarkable goal of reasserting the power of the monarchy and weakening the nobility. The last few years of his life sent the king in a deep depression. His son and heir, Prince Arthur, died at the age of 15, and Henry's beloved wife, Elizabeth of York, had died in childbirth, all within a year. By 1509, Henry was dying, but he lingered long enough to make a substantial and detailed will. Despite his dwindling eyesight, Henry is often described as being worn out from the role of kingship. Combined with depression, Henry died from tuberculosis, which is an infection that usually affects the lungs. Henry VIII, our final king. It's fairly obvious what killed Henry, or hastened his death. Obesity. Henry was a large man, and towards the final years of his life was coupled with health issues. Henry suffered from terrible pains in his legs, but Henry died from a pulmonary embolism, a blood clot in the lungs. In the last two episodes of the English Medieval King series, we've covered rather grim topics. Previously, we've looked into their deaths, burials, and remains. So let's explore something fun and a little bit dirty: promiscuity. Every king, no matter how promiscuous, needed an heir, ideally a male heir, sired by the ruling king. But sometimes that never happened, which could lead to political uncertainty or even civil war. The purpose of this video is to look into the love lives of each medieval king of England and try and find out how promiscuous they were, starting with the first king of the Anglo-Saxons, Alfred the Great, and ending with big bad Henry VIII and his poor 6 wives and mistresses. So let's begin. Alfred the Great, while not able to do the most romantic thing a British person can do, which is to take your beloved to a garden centre. You'd think a man as busy as Alfred wouldn't have time to enjoy a love life, what with fighting off the bloody Vikings all the time. But you'd be wrong. As always, most of our information on Alfred comes from everyone's favourite monk from God's country, Asa, a Welsh monk from St. David's. Now he writes that Alfred, when in the first flowering of his youth, before he married his wife, he wished to confirm his own mind in God's commandments, and when he realized that he was unable to abstain from carnal desires. Asa goes on to mention that Alfred sought to curb this desire, the usual way of praying at various churches, and apparently God heard Alfred's prayers and gave him something that could suppress his indecent desires. Piles. What should have been a fun evening, Alfred's wedding night, was derailed by the appearance of perhaps Alfred's Crohn's disease. I've gone into details on Alfred's illness in a previous video, so I won't go over it again. Alfred's marriage was a successful one, marrying Ethelwith, a noble lady from the kingdom of Mercia, one of the many early English kingdoms, and one of the most powerful. The couple kept their Game of Thrones going by having 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. But as early childhood in the Middle Ages was dangerous for various reasons, one being disease, not every royal child made it to adulthood, but most of Alfred's kids did, and one of them is our next king. Edward the Elder, often described by various medieval accounts as inferior to his father in learning, but surpassed him in dignity, might and grandeur. They don't mention surpassing Alfred in reproducing. Edward the Elder had a lot of kids. From the genealogy list, at least 18 recorded children, born by 3 different women, which at the moment in our list of kings is the record, making Edward a very promiscuous king, builder of burhs in the day and maker of a dynasty at night. While we have such a long list of children produced by Edward, we don't have much on his promiscuity, which is a common theme for most of the Anglo-Saxon kings, compared with our final king, King Henry VIII, whom we have plenty of information on his sordid affairs, although we can shed some light on Edward's teenage years with an early marriage from one of our sources. Alfred was 19 or 20 when he married, and Edward is likely to have been no older, perhaps even younger, given his father's preoccupation with the prevention of teenage lust and his apparent concern to ensure the continuation of his line. So Alfred may have been aware that his son could develop a carnal desire in his youth, as Alfred himself suffered from such desires, and to nip that in the bud and make the situation more suitable to Alfred's own plans. An early marriage for Edward meant that he could go at it, but under the holy sanctity of marriage. And given the amount of children Edward had, he certainly did that. As for the ladies in Edward's love life, there's not much information about them. Edward's first wife may have died before 899, as she has been described both as a concubine and wife. All 3 of Edward's wives came from powerful families. There's also no mention of any mistresses. Ethelstan. He is an odd case. He never married nor had any children, so compared to his father and grandfather, perhaps the carnal desires skipped a generation. William of Malmesbury mentions that with Ethelstan, there was nothing ignoble about the man himself, who outdid all his predecessors in religious devotion. Given how Alfred was considered an incredibly pious man, perhaps Ethelstan took his devotion to the next level by being celibate, as he had plenty of brothers with their own children to succeed him, and he played matchmaker for his sisters, marrying them off to continental rulers. Only a few sources mention Ethelstan having an illegitimate daughter. Edmund, he married twice. The first of his wives died young and was later proclaimed a saint. The marriage was a success, producing 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Edmund's second marriage didn't last long, less than a year, as Edmund was murdered. His widow later retired to Shaftesbury Abbey. The abbey was a special place for the women of the Wessex dynasty, as the abbey was founded by King Alfred for his daughter, who became the first abbess. The abbey was run by nuns until its dissolution. There is a lack of information on Edmund's love life and no records of any mistresses, but given he died young, and a few of our primary sources are nauseating to read, mainly the lives of St. Dunstan, St. Oswald and St. Egwin, sources that just go on and on about how great and how holy they were, and less information about the kings than there should be. Bishops are boring, kings are more interesting. Edred, a king who was always in poor health and suffered from a horrible stomach condition. He never married nor fathered any children, but was considered a pious man who, according to the life of St. Dunstan, the king handed over to Dunstan his most valuable possession, many land charters, the old treasure of earlier kings, and various riches of his own acquiring, all to be guarded faithfully behind the walls of this monastery. Edwig. I did say I was going to skip over the boy kings, but Edwig is the exception. He was 15, maybe 16 when he was involved in an affair. Again, the life of St. Dunstan tells the tale.
Young in years and with small wisdom in ruling, although he had been elected to make up the line of royal names in both peoples. To him attached herself a well-born but foolish woman, who together with her own grown-up daughter pursued him with indecent proposals, aiming to join either herself or her daughter to him in marriage. He, and I am even now ashamed to mention it, took it in turns, so it is said, to subject them to his lustful attentions, fondling them obscenely, not that either of them felt any shame.
This would not be the end of the lusty matter, as the source goes on to state.
On the very same day after the king's ritual installation and anointing, his lust suddenly prompted him to rush out to caress these whores in the manner that I have described, leaving the happy feasters and the seemly assemblage of his great men. Archbishop Oda observed that the king's lechery, especially on the day of his coronation, was offensive to all the lords seated there in a circle, and he said to his fellow bishops and the other magnates, "I pray, some of you go and bring the king back, so that he can give pleasure by sitting here with his retinue, as is only proper at this royal feast." But they were afraid of incurring the king's wrath and the women's complaints, and began to make excuses one after another. In the end, they chose 2 of their whole number whom they knew to be the most resolute, Abbot Dunstan and his relative Bishop Sinesiege. They were to do what all commanded, bringing back the king willy-nilly to the seat he had left.
This particular story ends with Dunstan verbally abusing the women and then dragging the king from and removed him from the couch where he had been fornicating with the harlots. That particular quote is found on page 69 of the source. Whether that was intentional or not, I don't know. Edwig, in a few other sources, is described as a handsome but foolish youth, or known as the Fair. Remember, the original source is promoting how great and how holy Archbishop Dunstan was, so the story may be embellished. Edgar. Reading the primary accounts for Edgar's reign, he's described as this great, powerful and holy king who is equal to other great kings, nicknamed the Peaceful, but researching further, he's actually a sexual predator. William of Malmesbury writes an apologetic account of Edgar in the 12th century, from his accounts in the Deeds of the Kings of England and the Deeds of the Bishops of England. The summarized version is that Edgar was a subject to his lust and gave into his vices. The carnal desires seemed a prominent trait in the Wessex dynasty. However, Expressing consensual carnal desire is fine. Non-consensual is not fine. William records a heinous tale about Edgar. To this example of cruelty, they add an example of lust. Hearing of the beauty of a nun under vows, he removed her by violence from her convent, and having done so violated her and forced her more than once to sleep with him. When this reached the ears of St. Dunstan, he was severely rebuked by the saint, and did not refuse 7 years' penance, submitting, king though he was, to be ordered to fast, and at the same time to forego wearing his crown for 7 years. Another tale of Edgar's lust mentions him desiring a noblewoman only for one of his ealdormen to want her instead, and attempt to trick Edgar, only for Edgar to call out this bluff, kill the ealdorman during a hunting trip. We've heard this tale before, I swear, of hunting trips being an excuse for murder. For Edgar's promiscuity, I find this conclusion about Edgar's love life interesting from Professor Barbara York. Edgar's 3 marriages and his predatory interest in nuns would have been regarded as normal royal behaviour in most circles in Anglo-Saxon England during his reign. However, the attitudes of reforming churchmen and the increase in number and type of written records between the 10th and 12th centuries have meant that more was written about them than for many previous reigns. As with his grandfather's and father's plural marriages, Edgar's 3 unions can be seen as successive alliances with leading noble families in order to keep the balance of power between contending groups. Edgar married 3 times and had 3 boys, 2 of which would become king. Edward the Martyr, a boy king, nothing to say. Ethelred the Unready, another pious king who produced the fruits of a good marriage, as Ethelred and his first wife, Algiva, had at least 13 children that were recorded. Yet it wasn't a long marriage, as Algiva died around her early 30s. The cause of death isn't given. It may have been from childbirth in 1002, but Ethelred didn't mourn for long, as by April he was married again, but not to an Englishwoman, but to a Norman, Emma of Normandy, one of the most famous queens of early Middle Ages England. Perhaps Ethelred wanted the comfort of holy matrimony in bed, as there's no record of any mistresses, and the marriage to Emma brought an alliance with Normandy, as it had been a base for Vikings that had raided England to offload their cargo and resupply. Ethelred and Emma would produce one of the last Anglo-Saxon kings, Edward the Confessor, but Emma would have another son who would go on to be a future king of England. King Sven, our first Viking king of England. Before researching Sven, my assumption, given how Sven was a Viking, was him having a lot of mistresses, concubines, etc. But I was wrong. Looking at the family list, Sven married twice. He may have had other lovers, but I couldn't find anything recorded. The eulogy of Queen Emma, an 11th century source, mentions that Sven was, when he grew to be a young man, he increased daily in the love of his people. Sven was married first to a noble lady called Gunhilda. The union produced at least 6 children. Sven later married another woman, reportedly after divorcing his first wife. But given how successful the union was in the eyes of the church, a divorce might not have been granted, or it may have been a handfast union. But as Denmark had only been recently converted to Christianity by Sven's father, Harald Bluetooth, the culture of divorce would have been different. Edmund Ironsides, a man most able to survive an encounter with Xenia Onatop. You'd think a man like Edmund wouldn't have the time for romance, considering he spent his reign fighting off the Vikings before partitioning the kingdom of England between him and Canute. But you'd be wrong. Edmund's tale of marrying his wife Edith is something of a princess locked in the tower tale, so very medieval. 1015. In this year was the great assembly at Oxford, and their ealdorman Edric betrayed Seaforth and Morcar, the foremost thanes in the 7 boroughs, lured them into his chamber, and in there they were killed dishonourably. And the king Ethelred then seized all their property, and ordered Seaforth's widow to be seized and brought inside Malmesbury. Then, after a short while, the Etheling Edmund travelled and took the woman against the king's will, and had her for wife. That is bold, as if he wasn't the son of the king. That's a death penalty for defying the king. The marriage was a short but happy one, producing 2 sons, as Edmund would be dead near the end of 1016. Canute the Great. I don't think he got the title from being great in bed. Canute's love life is a bit of an odd one. His most famous wife is Emma of Normandy, the widow of King Ethelred. The reasons for this match differ. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles simply mention that Canute ordered that Emma be brought to him to be his wife. The eulogy of Queen Emma, another primary source, goes into more details on the arrangement of the marriage. To summarize, it mentions Canute's desire for a most noble wife, with the search eventually leading to Emma, located in Gaul. Loads of gifts and compliments from Canute are sent to woo her, yet Emma remained steadfast. Whether she was being politically savvy, or she had the awareness of the issue of having sons by different women at court. Remember King Edgar? Emma wanted assurances from Canute that her son by him would take precedence over any other offspring of Canute, as Canute may have been married or had a mistress that provided him with other sons. The sources are scarce on Canute in general, so his love life is more obscure until he tries to woo Emma. The union was at first a practical political solution, as there was still plenty of men from the Wessex dynasty who could try to usurp Canute or take the throne after him. Edmund Ironside's 2 boys, and Emma's 2 sons by Ethelred, so Canute's solution was to marry and produce sons with Emma, so that didn't happen. Yeah. Anyway, Canute's first wife, although the eulogy of Queen Emma disputes this by calling her a concubine. It wouldn't be surprising for a Viking ruler to have many concubines, although we don't have that information for Canute. However, I doubt Canute's first wife, Ealgifu of Northampton, would have been a concubine, as she was the daughter of an ealdorman in England, so a marriage would have been used to seal an alliance, which Canute's father, Sven, did achieve, or it may have been a handfast union. Regardless, Canute's potency for creating sons would cause issues with not just the succession of England, but also Denmark and Norway. Harold Harefoot. I hope he didn't have a foot fetish. That is gross. We don't have much information on Harold's love life, apart from a marriage to a woman named Algova. The union produced 1 son, who went on to live as a monk. It seemed Harold was attempting to keep his dynasty going before his untimely death. Harthacnut, a drunken fool who we have no information on his love life. He was probably too busy looking into the bottom of his drink than securing his dwindling dynasty. Edward the Confessor, the last king of the Wessex dynasty. He was married to Edith Godwin. William of Malmesbury describes her.
Not long after, the king took Edith, the daughter of Godwin, to wife, a woman in whose breasts was a school of all the liberal arts, but small inclination for worldly things. On seeing her, while you would have been amazed at her education, you would have certainly also been attracted to her intellectual modesty and the beauty of her body.
That particular description of Edith comes from a contemporary source called The Life of King Edward. While Edith sounds like a catch for Edward, one primary source called The Life of King Edward states that Edith was to Edward the excellent queen, served him as a daughter, which goes against some of the prayers at Edward's coronation, that he be given plenty of children. Oops. Edward didn't have much choice in choosing his bride. After all, Edith was a member of the powerful Godwin family, who Edward had to contend with. Edward had to work with Earl Godwin, a man Edward held responsible for his brother's death. But in short, Edward was not promiscuous, not even one bit. The easy answer is that King Edward practiced celibacy. I know, how boring. But that leads us to why was he celibate? Why did Edward not have children? Was he so uncaring for his dynastic future? Or did he want to spite the Godwins by not consummating the marriage with Edith? Or did he have someone else in mind for the succession? Historians have given many reasons as to why, but then that bleeds into the succession crisis, and away from the video topic. After all, we know what happened next. Harold Godwinson, the last Anglo-Saxon king. From one of our sources, he's described as a womanizer, so already Harold is far more promiscuous than the saintly King Edward. Harold was another king who had a handfast marriage to Edith Swanneck, producing at least 5 children, making the union a successful one. It's also possible that Harold may have slept with enslaved women. It's not mentioned often, but in Anglo-Saxon England, slavery was a common part of Anglo-Saxon society. So it's entirely possible, as grim as it sounds, that some of our previous kings may have enjoyed themselves with enslaved women. Archbishop Wulfstan of York preached a sermon called The Sermon of the Wolf to the English in the 11th century, which goes on about enslavement and debauchery in England. After becoming King of England in 1066, Harold married Edith of Mercia. She already had been married to the only king of all Wales, Gruffydd ap Llywelyn, who Harold and his brother Tostig had defeated in 1063. Although you can guess that the marriage didn't last long, as Harold was killed later in the year at the Battle of Hastings. There is a romanticized tale regarding Harold's body after his death, that due to it being hacked to pieces, the only person who could recognize his body was Edith Swanneck because of the unique marks on Harold's body. That covers all the love lives of the Anglo-Saxon kings, a mixed bag of promiscuity, but we're not far off from our most promiscuous king of England. William the Conqueror, the first Norman king of England. If William wasn't busy killing people, William enjoyed the company of only one woman, his wife Matilda of Flanders. William never took another woman to his bedchamber that we know of. It's also important to mention that at this point in time, and further into the High and Late Middle Ages, the church really starts to get into people's love lives and not in a helpful way. One example was promoting dull sex position, like missionary for procreational purposes only, which William and Matilda must have done, as they had at least 9 children that are recorded. One of the tales of William wooing Matilda was that he kept pushing her or dragging her through mud until she agreed to marry him. The tale is folklore, but given William's personality, it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination for him to woo Matilda that way. William loved Matilda deeply, and when she died, William swore to give up hunting. William Rufus. There's not a lot of information on the promiscuity of William. He never married nor fathered any bastards. There were accusations of homosexuality about William, but these claims came from pissed off members of the clergy. William took land and money from them. John of Worcester does mention that William in 1093 was severely ill and close to death, so he swore to amend his life to relinquish the practice of selling and imposing taxes on churches. Perhaps one vow he took from his near-death experience was celibacy. Henry I, the most promiscuous king of England and also the most virile. Henry so far holds the record for the most children sired, 25 that are recorded. Thankfully, not all from the same woman. Henry had a lot of mistresses. His first wife was Edith of Scotland. She was a descendant of the House of Wessex. She later changed her name to Matilda. Henry was clever enough to realize that his dynasty needed to be stronger over his elder brother, Robert Curthose. So by marrying a descendant of the House of Wessex, Henry would ensure that his family line would be stronger down the generations. There would be, however, one small matter, but that's a different tale on the high seas. Henry had a lot of bastards with the surname Fitzroy. Before Henry married Edith, he already had several bastards. By all accounts, Edith is considered by contemporary chroniclers as the ideal queen. One writes, "The goodness she did to England cannot be here written, nor by any man understood." So she kept up a good PR team for King Henry, while he may have been busy shagging in his love palace at Oxford. While creating bastards would be a problem for most men, for a king like Henry, it worked in his favour, as Henry made some of his bastard sons powerful landowners. The best example is Robert, Earl of Gloucester. When Matilda died in 1118, Henry did not marry again until 1121, as he didn't need to until the White Ship disaster. Henry married Adeliza of Louvain, but they produced no children. King Stephen, when he claimed the throne in 1135, was already in his late 30s and had been married to Matilda, Countess of Boulogne, for 10 years. King Stephen and Queen Matilda were incredibly devoted to each other, as when King Stephen was captured during the Battle of Lincoln, Queen Matilda led the way to free Stephen. Their union produced 5 children, although Stephen did have one long-term mistress, a woman called Demeter, and he had 3 children with her. Now we move on to the amatory Angevins, starting with Henry II. He comes close to his grandfather's level of promiscuity. The best example I can offer is how Henry essentially cut the French king Louis VII. Firstly, by marrying his ex-wife, Eleanor of Aquitaine. However, in that case, Eleanor had sought Henry out. And secondly, Henry had Philip's daughter, Alice, who was from another marriage, as one of his mistresses. She was sent to Henry as a ward. Henry's most famous mistress was Rosamund Clifford, or Fair Rosamund. Her beauty was apparently legendary. It would be remiss of not mentioning the court of love that supposedly existed during the reign of King Henry by Henry's wife, Eleanor of Aquitaine, to deal in lovers' affairs or issues from love. This court of love was incredibly popular in fiction, and even in recent years, the court of love makes an appearance in video games. Players of Civilization VI will remember Eleanor of Aquitaine's leader ability, Court of Love. There's plenty of information about this court. Eleanor and Henry were incredibly sexually compatible, producing 8 children, 5 boys and 3 girls. Henry also had plenty of bastards. One even became an archbishop. Richard the Lionheart, if Richard wasn't busy fighting his father, or fighting to keep Aquitaine under control, or fighting in the Third Crusade, and then fighting the French king, and then composing a famous song while in prison, and then fighting the French king again, before finally dying during a siege. Despite all of that, Richard still had time for lovemaking. Richard produced at least 1 bastard son, and when dealing with rebels in his lands in Aquitaine, they complained that his lusty behaviour towards his subjects' wives and daughters was one reason they rose up. As for Richard's marriage to Berengaria of Navarre, the match was a political one, as the marriage would secure an alliance that would protect Richard's southern lands in France. Yet Richard was already on his way for the Third Crusade, and while travelling to meet up with Richard, Berengaria's host became shipwrecked off Cyprus and held captive by the ruler of the island. Richard promptly captured the island and freed his bride-to-be. How romantic. There was little love in the marriage, however, as even when Richard was dying from his wound, he summoned his mother over his wife, and then poor Berengaria would have to deal with Richard's successor, King John, our last Angevin king. We can make the argument that John lost most of his French lands because of his lust and marriage choice. John's first marriage was to Isabel of Gloucester, but that match was basically to give John land, although the two never consummated the marriage, as they were the great-grandchildren of Henry I. Besides, John sated his lust elsewhere, producing quite a number of bastards, 12 that are recorded. When John became king, he quickly divorced Isabel and married another, Isabel of Angoulême. She was young, and he was 34. John was accused of marrying her out of lust, but in reality he was copying his brother's tactic of securing the southern flank of his lands in France. The major problem was Isabel was already betrothed to someone else, Hugh Lusignan. The Lusignans were vassals of John, and long story short, John treated them like shit, So they went to King Philip of France, John's liege lord, for his lands in France. Philip was more than happy to use this reason to go after John. Chroniclers would accuse John of sexual debauchery. For further tales of John's love life, be sure to check out my rather long video about King John's life. Henry III. Now we move on to the promiscuous Plantagenets. And our first king is Henry III. Compared to his father and grandfather, Henry's not even close in the level of lovers. In fact, Henry only ever bedded one woman, his first and only wife, Eleanor of Provence, although Henry was 29 when he married Eleanor and she was 13. However, Henry would have to wait until Eleanor was of age. The marriage turned into a happy and successful one. Both Henry and Eleanor worked well with each other, and both were pious and showed affection for each other. Henry's desire for Eleanor even saved his life once from an assassin's blade. Their union produced 9 children, although sadly, quite a few died young, and when Henry died, Eleanor did not remarry, but became a nun in her later life. Edward I, hammer of the Scots, but not hammering them in the bedroom. Another busy king who seemed to always be fighting, if not arguing with his father, or fighting rebels in Gascony, and then fighting Simon de Montfort and the Barons, or fighting assassins during the Ninth Crusade, then conquering Wales, and then battering the Scots. Edward was a tall bully, but in his romantic life, he was married to Eleanor of Castile to secure an alliance. Edward was 15, and Eleanor was nearly 13. Despite the political match, the marriage developed into one of the most loving. This can still be seen by Edward's grief. When Eleanor died in 1290, after her burial, Edward commissioned 12 memorial stone crosses called the Eleanor Crosses. There are only 3 of them left standing, with the most preserved one located at the village of Geddington. Edward loved Eleanor deeply and wrote, "Whom in life we dearly cherished, and whom in death we cannot cease to love." The couple had at least 16 children. Edward's second marriage in 1299 was again a political match, this time to the King of France's daughter, Margaret. She was around her early 20s and Edward was in his 60s. The couple would have 3 children. Edward II. The term "my wife's boyfriend" really does apply to Edward II, but firstly, the biggest thing that is mentioned about Edward's love life is that he was super best friends with Piers Gaveston. The argument that Edward and Piers were lovers depends on your own interpretation from what sources you've read or from which historians' assessments. As for Edward's marriage, it was another political match, around the same time as his father's second marriage in 1299. Edward II was betrothed to Isabel of France. There was an age gap of at least 10 years, so the marriage didn't happen until 1308. During this time, Edward fathered a bastard son. Despite how their relationship ended, Edward and Isabel had 4 children, so Edward achieved his dynastic duty, despite it also being used to end his rule later on. As once Isabella had secured her son, the future Edward III, she returned to England with her lover, Roger Mortimer, and gathered an army. There are many reasons why Isabel and Edward's marriage collapsed. Perhaps one reason was the 100 shillings Isabel lost to Edward in a dice game. Edward III. Unfortunately for Edward, in his old senile age, he was taken advantage of by his mistress Alice. Edward continued the tradition of a young marriage, marrying Philippa of Hainaut. Their union paved the way for pretty much everyone in Britain to be able to say they're a descendant of Edward III from the 13 children produced from their union. Edward did have some bastards from his mistress Alice. Again, there was a large age gap. Edward was in his 60s, and Alice was perhaps only 18 at the start of the affair. When Philippa died in 1369, Alice became Edward's sole emotional ward, and she was richly endowed with lands and jewels. Alice became a shrewd political figure, even taking control of the royal court. Where the court became so corrupt, Parliament stepped in, which was known as the Good Parliament. Again, a heavily summarised account. Alice became so vilified that one chronicler accused her of taking off jewellery from the dying King Edward. Maybe she was trying to get her children's inheritance early from their father. Richard II. We've talked about how a king's grief can be manifested into something beautiful like the Eleanor crosses, but in Richard's case, his grief was so immense that he destroyed the palace where he and his wife, Anne of Bohemia, kept their court, Sheen Palace. The match was another political alliance, this time with the Holy Roman Empire. Both Richard and Anne were 15 when they married. The couple were incredibly fashionable. They were the hot couple of the time, and rarely apart, even travelling together. So Richard's grief when Anne died at the age of 28 from the plague is understandable. They had no children. Richard's next wife was Isabel. She was the daughter of the French king. She was 6 when she married Richard, so there would have been a long time before anything happened, but the marriage didn't last long, as Richard was deposed in 1399. Henry IV. Before he took the throne off his cousin Richard II, Henry had suffered the same grief of losing a wife. Henry, again like his cousin, was married at the age of 15. His bride, Mary de Bohun, was 10. Before Mary's death at the age of 25, the couple produced 7 children. Mary died shortly after childbirth. There's not much information on Henry's and Mary's marriage compared to his second marriage to Joan of Navarre. She was the widow of the Duke of Brittany, who died in 1399. The two may have grown close during the time Henry spent in the Breton court during his exile, as one letter she wrote to Henry is rather affectionate after he took the throne. The two would marry a few years later at Winchester Cathedral, remaining close until Henry's death 10 years later. Joan would live another 21 years afterwards, and interestingly, both Henry and Joan are buried together at Canterbury Cathedral, while Henry's first wife was entombed in Leicester. The reasons were most likely political. Even in death, politics played a part in where a king and queen would be buried sometime. A small side note, but where Henry is entombed in Canterbury Cathedral, on the other side of his and his wife's tomb, is Edward the Black Prince, the father of Richard II, the king who Henry deposed. Awkward. Henry V. I'm not going to try and woo any of you like Henry tried to woo Catherine in French, because I can't speak French, like poor Henry in Shakespeare's play. No, it is not possible you should love the enemy of France, Kate, but in loving me, you should love the friend of France. For I love France so well that I will not part with a village of it. I will have it all mine, and Kate, when France is mine, and I am yours, then yours is France, and you are mine. While Henry was quite busy conquering France, I imagine he had a harder time trying to conquer the love of Catherine, daughter of the French king, in 1420. Yet sadly, they weren't married long, as Henry died in 1422, and Catherine being aged only 21. They produced one child, the future Henry VI, but Catherine found love with a charming Welshman named Owen Tudor. Henry VI. There's not much to say for Henry, as his mental health and inept rule took over everything else. He did conduct his dynastic duty of siring an heir. Henry was also playful to his wife before marriage. His poor wife was Margaret of Anjou. The marriage was an attempt to make peace with France. That's a heavily summarized version, as it was more complex than that, as the final chapter of the 116 Years' War with France was coming to an end. The French had cheated by using a witch, who had turned many English soldiers into newts. They got better eventually. As for Henry's marriage, it was tough on poor Margaret, thrust onto the political scene at age 15, and by the time of the birth of Henry and Margaret's only son, Henry was mentally comatose. Margaret had to fight for everything, and sadly, she lost it all. Her husband and her son. She would later be ransomed back to France, where she was described as. The once peerless Margaret had become a horror to look upon. Grief had turned the whole volume of her blood to water. Her once superb eyes were swollen and red with weeping, and her skin covered with blotches like leprosy. I do apologise for taking this video down to a sad level, but sometimes the Middle Ages can be dark and bleak. Edward IV, the last several kings after King John, have all been fairly standard, with not many mistresses. That's about to change. Edward's promiscuity can be summarised by this quote from the Bard. "To tell thee plain, I aim to lie with thee." Edward was tall, at least 6'3", handsome, charming, and easy to get on with. He was popular with the ladies of the court, and as he was winning the fight for the throne during the War of the Roses, he was the most eligible bachelor in England. The sun shone on this son of York. Edward may have used the promise of marriage to get what he wanted in the bedroom, or simply after feasting with his lords and engaging in the youthful debauchery. Edward had plenty of mistresses and produced a few bastards. Edward loved many women, but his wife Elizabeth Woodville rightly took precedence. The marriage was an odd and a political misstep by Edward. Elizabeth's family weren't rich or even that distinguished, so Edward may have married her because he was so enamored with her beauty. Edward's not the first king to fall for someone based on their looks. The marriage was successful, producing 10 children. Elizabeth herself was a widow with 2 young sons when she married Edward, which might have made her more attractive to Edward, as it proved she was fertile, but also she produced 2 sons, something Edward would need in the future. But Edward's early death put all of that into jeopardy. Edward V, boy king, nothing to say. Richard III, despite being portrayed as creepy and villainous in some artworks and in Shakespeare, Richard III was known to have produced a few bastards before his marriage, so surely he couldn't have been that bad. Richard's tale of his marriage is similar to Edmund Ironside's, rescuing a noble lady from imprisonment. When Richard was a young lad, he spent some years in the household of the Earl of Warwick, known as the Kingmaker. Richard met Warwick's 2 daughters, Isabel and Anne. Isabel would later marry Richard's older brother, George, the Duke of Clarence, and Anne would marry Edward of Westminster, the son of Henry VI and Margaret of Anjou. During the War of the Roses, at one of the final battles of Edward IV's reign, the Battle of Tewkesbury, Richard fought against Edward of Westminster's forces and won. Edward of Westminster either died during the battle or after, making Anne a young widow. Richard now wanted to marry her, but George, who can be described as a bit of a shit, was causing issues for Richard and King Edward. George kept Anne under his household as a glorified prisoner, as George wanted the main chunk of the land of the Nevilles. When the king intervened, George hid her away. According to one account, grimly, Richard set to work to find her, and find her he somehow did. Disguised as a cookmaid, she had been hidden in the kitchens of a friend of Clarence's. Richard took her to a sanctuary at St. Martin le Grand, and there they would later marry. The marriage lasted for 13 years before Anne died of tuberculosis. They had one child named Edward, who died young. Henry VII, to quote one of our sources, Henry had won his kingdom, and he barely had a moment's peace. When Henry did have some quiet time, he enjoyed the company of his wife, Elizabeth of York. The match had started off as a political one to unite the warring factions of the War of the Roses, but the marriage turned into one of the most loving I've ever researched during the course of this video. When love turns into grief, it is the most painful feeling, and Henry and Elizabeth shared this pain when their firstborn son, Arthur, died aged 15 in 1502. Only a few months earlier, the Tudors had celebrated what should have been their dynastic triumph, Arthur and Catherine of Aragon's wedding. King Henry had achieved everything he wanted with the wedding, but with Arthur's death, it all came crashing down. Henry received the news first and called Elizabeth to his chamber. The news broke both of them. Henry broke first. Elizabeth comforted him and gave him reassurances. After leaving Henry, Elizabeth broke, and so Henry comforted her. This tale is an example of their love. Henry and Elizabeth had 8 children. As for poor Catherine of Aragon, she would have to marry Arthur's younger brother, who would later become the worst king of England. Henry VIII, Every British school child gets taught the classic rhyme about Henry's poor wives as divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. I don't like it. I feel it mitigates the horrendous treatment these women went through because of Henry. But as for Henry's promiscuity, he inherited his grandfather's enjoyment of mistresses. Henry had just as many or more than Edward IV. Some of his most famous were his future sister-in-law, Mary Boleyn, the sister of Henry's second wife, Anne Boleyn, a Habsburg move of keeping it in the family. Henry also had a few bastards, although he only ever recognized one, called Henry Fitzroy. Most of Henry's children died young. His most famous children were Edward, later Edward VI, Mary, later Mary I or Bloody Mary, and finally Elizabeth, later Elizabeth I or Gloriana. So overall, Henry was incredibly promiscuous. That concludes how promiscuous were the medieval kings of England. When talking about medieval kings, we normally mention events associated with their reigns, as sometimes those events can define a king's life or end it, and even shape their legacy. Remembering these events can shape our perspective of the various medieval English kings, especially if the said king caused the event. Some events are more famous than others, so in this video, we will explore each medieval king of England and which events are the most famously associated with their reign. I must stress that some events may not be as famous or as obvious as others, and depending on your own interpretation of these events, you may agree or disagree on their significance. But this is my own interpretation of these events, with the focus being on economic, social, military, etc. You should all know the order by now, King Alfred to Henry VIII, as this is the 4th episode. Alfred the Great. It's quite hard to pick one single event from Alfred's reign, as there's quite a few to choose from. I think the most obvious to many people were the Viking attacks and settlements known as the Danelaw during Alfred's reign. To quote one of our sources, the inception of the programs of military, cultural, and civil reforms, which in combination expressed the distinctive character of his achievement. The biggest event militarily for Alfred was his victory over the Vikings at the Battle of Edington. Alfred and his army had fought a lot of battles, both on land and sea, against the Vikings, but the Battle of Edington is the most famous. Both the Anglo-Saxon chronicles and Asser mention the battle, but they don't give numbers. Asser does mention each side fighting in the shield wall formation. The victory enabled Alfred to enforce whatever demands he wanted in order to secure a lasting peace. One event from Alfred's victory was the baptism of the Viking leader, Guthrum. One economic and social event was the building of the burhs, fortified towns and cities built to protect from raids. Alfred expanded and created quite a few new burhs. As someone from a burh, the city of Worcester, the construction of burhs is a major event, as these towns and cities would become major commercial hubs in the later Middle Ages and beyond. Edward the Elder. Incredibly similar events happened during the reign of King Edward. Various battles of the Vikings, further expansion of the burhs. There was a comet that appeared according to the Anglo-Saxon chronicles. Thankfully, no stability was lost. For military events, one battle that is mentioned is the Battle of Tettenhall, where Edward's army and an army from Mercia joined forces to attack a Viking raiding army. This Anglo-Saxon army caught the Viking, quote, and they got in front of the raiding army from behind when it was on its way home. The chronicles further mention that the Viking army fled, with many being killed. The other major event from Edward's reign is him taking control of some land from Mercia when Ethelred, Lord of the Mercians, died in 911. The chronicles mention London town and Oxford. Then in 918, when Edward's sister, Ethelfled, Lady of the Mercians, died. Depending on which version you're reading within the Anglo-Saxon chronicles, either Edward took direct control of the Kingdom of Mercia through submission, or briefly, Ethelfled's daughter took control before Edward displaced her. This ties into the issue with Edward the Elder's reign, which is the lack of information, as charters which might have told us what happened during the later part of his reign don't exist anymore. Aethelstan. The most obvious event for Aethelstan's reign is the formation of the Kingdom of the English. Alfred and Edward were known as kings of the Anglo-Saxons, or Rex Anglorum. After Aethelstan conquered the Viking kingdom of York, what became England was formed, although the exact borders compared to the modern borders of England today is different. As for battles, there is one of the most famous to occur in Anglo-Saxon England, the Battle of Brunanburh in 937. The short context of the lead up to this battle is the hegemony that Aethelstan achieved was challenged by a coalition, which the Anglo-Saxon chronicles dub the nation of Scots and seamen foul doomed. Aethelstan had previously raided the kingdom of Alba. The battle is recorded in a rather long poem. The fighting was similar to Edington, where both sides fought in a shield wall. The victory cemented Aethelstan's legacy as one of the greatest Anglo-Saxon kings. The only downside to the longevity of the victory was that Aethelstan would be dead 2 years after the battle, and with his death, the Northumbrians elected a Viking called Olaf to be king. It would be up to Aethelstan's successors to regain the lost territories. Edmund. While his reign was short, a few events occurred during his reign. The arrival of a new Viking army, which took over most of northern England, even reaching Mercia's capital, Tamworth. The subsequent treaty set back England to the size of Alfred's Wessex, but Edmund bounced back, as by 945 England was united again. Edmund even ravaged the obscure kingdom of Strathclyde and then gave it to the King of Scots. But the most famous event of Edmund's reign was his death. He was murdered at Pucklechurch. We've covered this event in episode 2, the death of the kings. Edred, another king whose major event of his reign was having to deal with a Norse king of York called Eric Bloodaxe. The Northumbrians would eventually drive Eric out and proclaim Edred as their king. But for Edred's reign, his illness was the most persistent event, where he could barely eat his food. As for religious events, Edred's reign saw the rising of St. Dunstan, the later Archbishop of Canterbury, and the Benedictine reform, which we will explore when we get to a later king. Edwig. We've covered already one major event for Edred's reign in the previous episode, the raunchy affair. Some other events were that Edred didn't rule England for long, and certainly not all of it. He drove Dunstan out into exile and removed many councillors from his court. The situation deteriorated so much that England was split in two, with Edwig's detractors rallying for his younger brother, Edgar. According to William of Malmesbury, when stripped of most part of his kingdom, and under the shock of this loss, he died. Edgar, one of the most powerful Anglo-Saxon kings of England. This introduction from Edgar, King of the English, New Interpretations, gives us a taste of some of the major events from his reign. He presided over a period of major social and economic change. Early in his rule, the growth of monastic power and wealth involved redistribution of much of the country's assets, while the end of his reign saw the creation of England's first national coinage, with firm fiscal control from the centre. When I mentioned earlier about the Benedictine reforms, Edgar is the king who is the most well-known supporter of these changes. To quickly explain the Benedictine reforms, they were changes in how monasteries operated, with some being refounded, and all monasteries and nunneries being centralised to follow the same customs. Under the direction of the Regularis Concordia, these changes were issued by King Edgar and implemented by reforming churchmen such as Ethelwald of Winchester and Oswald of Worcester. As for any Viking armies during Edgar's reign, none appeared or were recorded. The final major event of Edgar's reign is his coronation at Bath in 973, which the Anglo-Saxon chronicles record in a praise poem. Bath made a change from the normal location where Anglo-Saxon kings were crowned, at Kingston upon Thames. The coronation can be interpreted as a culmination of everything the monastic reformers wanted, or at least that's what's implied from the poem, making it a strong piece of propaganda for the reformers. The coronation also took similar parallels to those in Europe, specifically from the Carolingian Empire of Charlemagne, so a grand affair. Yet, less than 2 years later, Edgar would be dead, and some rather dark events were now on the horizon. Edward the Martyr. It's pretty obvious the most famous event from Edward the Martyr's reign, which is his murder. Again, we've covered it, but I can mention some other events in the short time frame of Edward's reign. The star comet appeared, there was a great famine, and some of the ealdormen started taking back some of the land given to the monasteries. Ethelred. I believe the most famous event from Ethelred's reign is the St. Brice's Day massacre, or the Battle of Maldon. We'll start with the battle, and to preface this, during Ethelred's reign, Norse attacks and raids started to ramp up again to an incredibly destructive scale early in Ethelred's reign. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles tell us that, 980, in the same year, Southampton was ravaged by a raiding ship army, and most of the town dwellers killed or taken prisoner. And the same year, the land of Thanet was raided, and in the same year, Cheshire was raided by a northern raiding ship army. These attacks would continue throughout the next decade, with the Battle of Maldon becoming one of the most famous episodes of this period, as it was recorded in a poem, but we're not sure on the date of the poem. The battle is mentioned and named in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, as well as in the Lives of St. Oswald. The battle was fought as previous one, shield wall versus shield wall. The Anglo-Saxons were led by an ealdorman called Brynolf, who urged his warriors on until they were overcome and killed. This defeat caused a change of policy. Instead of fighting and chasing the Norse attackers as Alfred and his subsequent successors had done, they instead chose to pay them off, as Ethelred was advised to do. The policy even went as far as to pay some Viking fleets into Ethelred's service, but this again failed, as Ethelred's government had to again pay them off, and according to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, then, in the middle of this, ordered all the Danish men who were among the English race to be killed on Brice's Day. The interpretation from the Chronicle is not what it seems. To quote the historian Mark Morris, the far likelier and more realistic assumption is that Ethelred had decided to do away with the remaining members of the mercenary force that had been in his employ since 994, those Vikings who had not deserted and were still billeted in various burghs. These actions would lead to Ethelred losing his throne. Sven Forkbeard. What can we say about a king who conquered England but was never crowned and died 5 weeks after the conquest? Talk about a fork in the road. Edmund Ironsides. Another short reign characterized by a constant amount of battles with Sven's heir, Canute, the most famous being the Battle of Asandun in 1016. And similar to our previous ones, the finer details are lacking. Our sources are mainly the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, which only mentions a great betrayal by an ealdorman named Edric fighting on Edmund's side, giving Canute and his army the victory. Later chroniclers, such as William of Malmesbury and John of Worcester, just lament the losses on the English side, as any attempt of the numbers of combatants is folly, although we can argue that each side probably fought similar to Edington and Maldon, shield wall versus shield wall. Canute. There's quite a bit we can talk about with Canute's reign. The North Sea Empire, which I feel needs a new name. While the conquest of England for Canute is impressive and a major event, I want to focus on a few other events which I deem just as important. One is the division of England into 4 parts. Quote, Canute divided the country into 4 in 1017, keeping Wessex for himself and giving East Anglia to Thorkel, Mercia to Edric, and Northumbria to Eric. Neither the precise purpose nor the duration of this move are clear, but it was probably largely intended to provide an interim military government, facilitate the collection of taxation, give Canute's chief supporters the impression that their efforts were proving worthwhile, and hold the country down. This was a different step, and it had to be as England was conquered. Instead of a new Anglo-Saxon king getting the support of, say, Mercia or Wessex, this was a new regime, and as the chronicles mentioned so much death from the numerous battles prior, many parts of England were up for grabs. The other major event I want to mention is Canute's visit to Rome. Rome is an incredibly important place to visit for many people, but the journey was dangerous and expensive, especially for visitors from Britain and Ireland. Plus, the time away could be up to a year. No king of England before Canute had visited Rome. Only King Alfred, king of the Anglo-Saxons, had gone as a boy. In fact, more Welsh kings had visited Rome over English ones in the early Middle Ages. So Canute travelling to Rome was a significant event, and is a testament to the power and prestige Canute had developed over the course of his reign. Canute wrote a rather long letter to be delivered to his men in government, stating his reasons for the journey to Rome, which features the normal stuff for a medieval king: redemption of sins, salvation for the people under his rule, etc., and some political agendas. Harold Harefoot, he ruled for nearly 3 years, so a short reign. However, there's one major event, that of the death of Alfred, Ethelred's son. After Canute's conquest of England, Ethelred's 2 sons by Emma of Normandy, Alfred and Edward, were exiled to Normandy. By 1036, both men tried to return to England. One reason was a letter from their mother, Emma, which may have been dubious. Alfred and his retinue were intercepted by Earl Godwin. Alfred was later blinded and left to die at Ely Town. Harthacnut, while his reign ended with a loud thud, he is most well known, especially in my area, for sacking the city of Worcester, as Harthacnut demanded according to the Anglo-Saxon chronicles, and then started a very severe tax that was endured with difficulty. The chronicles then mention Worcester. Here Harthacnut had all Worcestershire raided on account of his 2 housecarls who were collecting the formidable tax when that people killed them within the market town inside the minster. Other chroniclers such as William of Malmesbury and John of Worcester had more details, but they're writing about the sacking much later. Edward the Confessor. A major problem with Edward's reign, I think, is that it is overshadowed by what happened afterwards, with the climactic battles of Stamford Bridge and Hastings, culminating with the Norman conquest of England. But ignoring all of that for Edward's reign, there's quite a few big moments of his reign. One is the construction of Westminster Abbey, the most famous abbey in England. Early in Edward's reign, in 1044, there was a great famine, with the price of corn and wheat rising greatly. Later in his reign, there's the exile and return of Earl Godwin, the father of Harold Godwinson. But I would like to focus on something that is rarely paired with Edward, a warrior spirit, as I would argue Edward in the public consciousness is just seen as the saintly Edward, who was one of the last kings before the Norman conquest. But Edward ruled England for over 20 years. So I'm going to talk about a few examples of Edward showcasing this warrior spirit. The first being the expected invasion of England by King Magnus of Norway. Edward would not be like his father and try to pay off any Norse incursions into England. So Edward gathered his army and his navy and waited its sandwich. The invasion thankfully never came to fruition. Edward was even forceful to his own mother, Emma of Normandy, at the start of his reign by taking back from her parts of the treasury she had taken. Harold Godwinson. The most famous event from Harold's reign should be obvious. We could choose the Battle of Stamford Bridge or the Battle of Hastings, as they are both interpreted as an end to an age. William the Conqueror. There's so many major events we can talk about with William's reign. The conquest, building of castles all over England, the harrying, outlawing slavery, the Domesday Book, all major events. Instead, I'm going to talk about a personal tale which is related to something incredibly important to me, the preservation of heritage and the teaching of it. So alongside building castles, the Normans also started to remodel and replace a lot of Anglo-Saxon churches and abbeys. And this year, 2024, I visited Canterbury for the first time. Canterbury is a special place for English history, as it's where St. Augustine started to convert the Anglo-Saxons from paganism to Christianity. And one of the sites there is St. Augustine's Abbey, which is maintained by English Heritage. The Abbey was one site the Normans heavily remodeled, and when you go to St. Augustine's Abbey, English Heritage offer audio guides, which are a brilliant aid as you're exploring it. And when you get to the location where St. Augustine's tomb was, the audio guide plays a small drama which explains the reasons the Normans changed St. Augustine's Abbey. The actors portraying the Normans gave them this arrogant, posh English accent, which I thought was hilarious. It went something like this. We had to change these abbeys as they were so primitive and unrefined compared to our glorious Norman churches. Of course, we had to get special dispensation from the Pope to move the holy relics of St. Augustine. I thought it was a brilliant way of presenting English history in such a silly way. William Rufus. The main issue with William's reign is that his death is the most famous moment of his reign. Again, we've covered this in a previous episode. Henry I. Like his father, William I, there's a lot of famous events from Henry's reign. The conquest of Normandy, legal reforms, Battle of Titchenbray, Battle of Bramall, all important events. But there's one event that just makes all of these irrelevant, as the event I'm about to mention nearly ended Henry's dynasty, the White Ship disaster. Henry had achieved a great victory over the French king at the Battle of Bramall in Normandy. In 1120, Henry and many nobles who came with him sailed back to England. However, one ship known as the White Ship had aboard many young nobles, including Henry's heir, William. Numerous chroniclers record this event. The short story is pretty much everyone on board became drunk as hell. The boat then crashed into some rocks and sank rapidly. Only 1 or 2 men survived, but King Henry's heir, William, drowned. His body was never recovered, and Henry never produced another male heir, which would lead to civil war, which our next king is best known for causing. King Stephen, the anarchy. King Stephen is synonymous with the civil war he started by taking the throne of England. King Henry, for years after his male heir's death, had made his nobles swear repeatedly to support his daughter, the Empress Matilda, to the throne. However, this didn't happen, and Stephen, with a little help from his friends, managed to convince the Archbishop of Canterbury to crown him king in 1135, and a few years later, the Civil War kicked off, lasting from 1138 to 1153, with King Stephen coming to an agreement to adopt Henry Plantagenet, son of Empress Matilda, as his son and heir. Henry II. There is so much drama with Henry's reign, a near-epic conclusion of the anarchy where both sides nearly clashed in a huge battle, marrying Eleanor of Aquitaine, the French king's former wife, the Angevin Empire, the Norman invasion into Ireland, the Great Revolt, in which Henry's troublesome sons and Eleanor tried to curb Henry's power. But the biggest event, in my opinion, is the murder/martyrdom of Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Thomas was an incredibly effective administrator, so he gained service and eventual friendship with Henry. When the position of Archbishop of Canterbury became vacant, Thomas was one of Henry's nominations, although according to one source, Thomas did warn Henry about his selection. I knew that you would demand many things, for already you presume much in ecclesiastical matters, which I bear unmoved. To summarise this quarrel, it was mainly down to issues relating to the king and Thomas's opinion on ecclesiastical matters. After many years of back and forth arguing, Henry, in one of his many red-faced angry rants, which he was known for, where we get the phrase, "Who will rid me of this turbulent priest?" Like I mentioned, he would subject himself and anyone around him to an angry rant. One source mentions Henry saying, "What miserable drones and traitors have I nourished and promoted in my household, who let their lord be treated with such shameful contempt by a low-born clerk?" 4 knights heard the king's cries and promptly went to Canterbury and later killed Thomas Becket in Canterbury Cathedral. The murder shocked everyone. Henry had to do some serious penance to make up for it, not only for his soul, but also having to spend a huge amount from his coin purse. Richard the Lionheart. The Third Crusade is one major event Richard partook in, although the illness Richard suffered from sounded horrible. There's also Richard's imprisonment, which cost England, essentially, the cost of another crusade. As for Richard's biggest event, it's the 3 Lions, or the heraldry symbol for England. Richard is considered the first king of England to use the symbol, and it's during his reign we really start to see heraldry in use, as it's a fixture of a representation of the High Middle Ages and onward. John. There's quite a few events for John. The sealing of the Magna Carta, the loss of the Angevin Empire, the murder of his nephew, Arthur Duke of Brittany, the First Barons' War. But for John's reign, I want to focus on the economic side just after the start of his reign in 1199. In 1200, the rapid rise of prices, inflation. It's hard to explain the rise of inflation at that point in time. There's no singular cause, although there is a suggestion that inflation shot up during the early part of King John's reign from payments in silver. England's economy in the Middle Ages was nearly all agricultural based, and wool was a huge export, as England is ideal for rearing sheep. It wasn't just England suffering from price rises, it was happening all over Europe from 1180 till 1220. The problem was for John, these high prices meant war was even more expensive. Knight fees increased massively, and knights were the chaps you need if you're going to war, especially over the seas into France, as well as rent prices. The heroic, brave, and much needed landlords had to raise their prices as well, or change the way they ran their estates. This no doubt added or inflated John's reputation as a grubby money grabber, although kin killer is worse. Henry III, the remodelling of Westminster Abbey, the provisions of Oxford, which eventually led to the Second Barons' War. And I'm picking the bloodiest battle in England since Hastings in 1066, the Battle of Evesham in 1265. The background to the battle was Henry had kept trying to maintain and expand royal power and authority ever since he came of age. This led to dissatisfaction amongst his barons, along with Henry's failure to keep within the agreements in the Magna Carta. And one of his barons, Simon de Montfort, who was also Henry's right-hand man. Simon became the leading figure in the Barons' War, and he had already defeated Henry and his son and heir Edward at the Battle of Lewes. But now the tables had turned on Simon, and he was trapped at Evesham by an army led by Prince Edward. Simon still had in his company the king as a virtual prisoner. The rules of chivalry didn't apply at the Battle of Evesham. Rather than capturing an enemy and ransoming them, most of the nobles with Simon were killed in the battle. The Evesham Chronicle mentions that Simon he was prostrated alone on the ground, with his hands and feet severed and his head cut off. Henry himself was nearly killed in the battle, and thousands others died. Edward I and the conquest of Wales. Mainly because the conquest had such a lasting impact on Wales. Ever since the Norman conquest of England in 1066, the Normans began to chip away at the Welsh kingdoms, as Wales during the Middle Ages was a collective of kingdoms, sometimes united, but always their own distinctive kingdom. The Norman ventures into Wales can still be seen today. One example are the many castles in Wales, and one of the first the Normans constructed was Chepstow Castle, right on the border of England and Wales. As for Edward's conquest, it began in 1277, by which Edward had subjugated the Welsh princes, reducing their power and territories, plus getting submissions from them. The problem was, the Welsh were being treated like shit. This caused tensions, which boiled over on the 21st of March, 1282, when a Welsh force stormed and sacked Hawarden Castle. Despite some initial victories by the Welsh, Edward brought the full power of English military might and organisation to bear on Wales. The conquest was brutal, with thousands dead, and the subjugation was manifested by Edward's prized castle at Carnarvon. Edward II, the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317, a period where, due to such a vast amount of heavy rain and cooler temperatures, caused many different crops to fail, grains such as wheat, rye, peas, oat, barley, etc. It also didn't help that the Scots had been sacking the north of England for the last few years due to a lengthy war. Edward wasn't a great king. He did try to alleviate the problems facing his people, but they didn't work. Starvation would kill many people, with some tales mentioning cannibalism. Those that survived this dark period and into the early 1340s might then suffer from a horrific plague. Edward III, the start of the 116 Years' War, which is a huge event which Edward did start, but it's got to be the Black Death, as the social and economic damage inflicted was on an unprecedented scale. The Black Death was caused by a bacteria called Yersinia pestis. How the bacteria spreads is interesting, but also terrifying. Fleas on rats was one way of transmission, but also on humans, such as the ones in our body hair, called body lice. The plague came into England around 1348. England's population at the time was around 4 to 5 million people. In the first outbreak, over 1 million people died. Interestingly, it caused a massive loss of clergy members as they were highly at risk due to giving mass and performing last rites. The Black Death is a hugely popular subject for many areas of study in the science community. One paper argued that the bacteria, Yersinia pestis, suddenly diverged in the later Middle Ages, shortly before the Black Death, into 4 new branches a polygamy geneticists have called the Big Bang. Richard II and the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. While boy King Richard didn't cause this event, he certainly ended it. Living in England in the 1300s is just awful. The Great Famine, the Black Death, the 116 Years' War with France, and the fact that your king is a 14-year-old boy. The background to the Peasants' Revolt is complex, ranging from issues with social and economic freedoms, access to justice, misgovernment, wages, prices, taxation, etc. One tax that was incredibly unpopular, called the poll tax, which was a tax every adult had to pay. This version of the poll tax can be credited to John of Gaunt, one of Edward III's many sons. The revolt kicked off when villagers around Brentford in the county of Essex refused to pay. This caused a chain reaction along southeast England. One of the leaders of the uprising was called Wat Tyler, and there's many jokes that can be made from his name, but Wat Tyler ended up being killed in an open meeting with young Richard. This is when we get to the most famous moment of this tumultuous event. Seeing one of their leaders killed, the disgruntled people were about to unleash their fury when Richard charged forward and is alleged to have shouted, "You shall have no captain but me." This calmed the situation down and was thus the beginning of the end of the Peasants' Revolt. In the next few months, the main leaders were executed and Richard enforced back control. In one instance telling a man, "Villeins you are, and villeins you shall remain." what a villain Richard was. Henry IV and the Welsh War of Independence under Owen Glendower. Wales had been conquered by Edward I and English laws implemented over Welsh ones. This created a legal framework for discrimination against the Welsh. This was one of the major reasons for Owen's decision to start the Welsh War for Independence. Ironically, Owen was a highly educated man in English laws, and he declared in a letter to the King of Scots that he would free from the oppression and captivity they had suffered since the time of Cadwaladr. Owen's fight for an independent Wales lasted from 1400 till his death sometime in 1416, which lasted over Henry IV's reign. Henry V and the Battle of Agincourt. Henry had kick-started the final part of the 116 Years' War with France, and the Battle of Agincourt is considered one of the most famous battles of the war. But the battle can be described as the world's biggest mud fight, due to the fact that the mud was so thick and dense the heavily armoured French knights got bogged down and stuck, whereas the majority of Henry's army was mostly English and Welsh longbowmen. To see a modern-day visual representation, watch the Mud Wizard versus the German police video. Henry VI and Edward IV, the War of the Roses, the big old family fight. While most of the causes of the war can be placed at Henry's feet due to his poor kingship and his mental health problems, which worsened over the course of the war, there were a few issues in the background that facilitated the war. The fact that Richard II had been forced to abdicate set a precedent for the removal of a king, and that Edward III had created the powerful position of Duke. But the major reason is simply that Henry VI was inept at being king, whereas Edward IV fitted with the style of medieval kingship for the time. It also helped he looked the part, being much taller and stronger than most other men of the time, and also weirdly lucky. The weather seemed to aid Edward in some of his major battles. One example, at the Battle of Mortimer's Cross, 3 suns appeared, which was seen as a divine sign for Edward. The final battle between Edward and Henry for the throne would be at Tewkesbury. Although Henry was nowhere near the battle, his son and heir, also called Edward, was. The battle was a complete victory for Edward IV. Henry's son was killed shortly after the battle, and Henry would be later murdered. Edward V, the Princes in the Tower. I really don't like talking about this event, as it makes me sad. The disappearance and or murder of Edward IV's 2 boys, Edward and Richard. Their disappearance is firmly blamed on our next king. Richard III and Henry VII. The end of the War of the Roses at the Battle of Bosworth Field. Another double event for both kings. Richard took the throne due to Edward IV's 2 boys being declared illegitimate. Richard wasn't a popular king, and Henry's cause was being promoted by his mother, Margaret Beaufort, who was married to Lord Stanley, the powerful 1st Earl of Derby. By the 22nd of August 1485, Henry and Richard's armies met at Bosworth Field. During the battle, Richard spotted Henry and his retinue. Richard then took a gamble and charged towards Henry. We can't say for sure how close Richard was to fighting Henry, as the sources give varying accounts, but Lord Stanley soon charged his troops on Henry's side. Richard was cut down, but knowing the wounds he suffered during the battle, Richard put up a bloody good fight, but Henry was the victor, and so ended the Plantagenet dynasty's rule over England. Now it was the time of the Tudors. Henry VIII. There's so much we can talk about with Henry's reign. The Reformation, the divine right of kings, the Tudor conquest of Ireland, the creation of the Royal Navy. But you can probably guess what I'm going to talk about. The dissolution of the monasteries, where many monasteries and nunneries were torn down and sold off for a fat stack of cash, which Henry used to pay for a war with France. So many sites were torn down, and you've seen some of what's left of them during the course of this video. It's a huge event that changed the physical landscape of England massively, which had not been seen since the Norman conquest. Every medieval king of England's greatest achievements, from King Alfred to King Henry VIII, a rather subjective term, as we can all have different opinions on what those achievements could be. This is my own interpretation using various factors such as the time period, the political situations, economics, the personality of each king, and my own opinion of said kings. The only major rule is that the achievements have to be when they're king, not before. Let's begin. Alfred the Great. There are many achievements we can attribute to Alfred the Great. Just the idea of a united England was one such achievement that Alfred wanted, and thanks to his grandson, this would be achieved. For Alfred, there's quite a few to choose from, along many different avenues, from economic achievements, the reconstruction of coinage back to a high level before the Viking attacks. There's also the building works with the burghs, fortified towns and cities. While the concept of burghs were not Alfred's own idea, the way in which he ordered the construction of so many is an achievement in itself. Alfred's pilgrimage to Rome is also quite an achievement, given how long and dangerous the journey could be, but that was before he was king. What I'm alluding to is the fact that Alfred survived, and to me that's his greatest achievement, surviving and thriving, because reading the sources such as the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles and Asser's Life of Alfred, they make it incredibly clear how dire the situation was for the people in Britain, from Viking attacks and invasions, especially with the arrival of the Great Heathen Army, which is still an amazing name for a heavy metal band if anyone wanted to make a band. I personally play the Electric Triangle, but for the Wessex family, the account from Asser on the Battle of York in 867 would be a clear reminder how perilous their kingship could be. Osbert and Elia, two rival kings of Northumbria, had joined forces to defeat the Vikings at York. Asser states, on their arrival, the Vikings immediately took to flight and endeavoured to defend themselves within the fortifications of the city. When the Christians noticed their flight and panic, they too determined to pursue them within the fortifications of the city and to breach the wall, and this they did. For in those days, the city did not yet have firm and secure walls. After the Christians had breached the wall as they had intended, and the majority of them had got into the city along with the Vikings, driven on by grief and necessity, attacked them fiercely, cut them to pieces, put them to flight, and overthrew them inside and outside. Virtually, the entire force of the Northumbrians was annihilated there, and the two kings were killed. But the remainder who escaped made peace with the Vikings. Edward the Elder, vastly similar to his father, King Alfred, steadfast and determined, Edward inherited all the right traits from his father to rule and expand the kingdom into a near-complete England by working with his sister to take control of the 5 boroughs in the Danelaw, and then taking control of Mercia after his sister's death, leaving only the Viking kingdom in York left. For me, Edward's greatest achievement is simply succeeding to the throne, which could have gone awry, as in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, and then the Etheling Ethelwald, his father's brother's son, rode and seized the manor at Wimborne and at Twynham against the will of the king and his councillors. Then the king rode with an army until he camped at Badbury, near Wimborne, and Ethelwald stayed inside the manor with men who had given him their allegiance. and had barricaded all the gates against him, and said that he would either live there or die there. Then, under cover of that, the Etheling rode away by night and sought out the raiding army in Northumbria, and they received him as king and submitted to him. Ethelwald would later die during the Battle of Holm, despite the victory going to the Vikings. Aethelstan. The formation of the Kingdom of England. Aethelstan started as King of Mercia, then later as King of Wessex, and finally King of Northumbria. Aethelstan gaining the Wessex throne may have been more contentious than the sources let on, as his younger brother may have gained the Wessex throne by the Witton votes to be king of them. But he died, according to the Anglo-Saxon chronicles, 16 days after Edward the Elder. Edward had quite a number of sons by 3 different women, so it wouldn't be a massive surprise that there would be major sibling rivalries at court. For the final major kingdom which would make up England, Northumbria, which at this point in history is a bit odd in terms of territory. There's the Viking-controlled parts around York under Sihtric, a Norse ruler, and then there's also Aldred, based at Bamborough. But Sihtric had married Ethelstan's sister under an agreement. He died in 927. We then have the Anglo-Saxon chronicles telling us he, Ethelstan, governed all the kings who were in this island. First Hywel, king of the West Welsh, and Constantine, king of the Scots, and Owen, king of Gwent, and Aldred, Aldewulf's offspring, from Bamborough, and they confirmed peace with pledges and with oaths in a place which is named Rivers Meeting on the 12th of July, and they forbade all devil worship and then parted in concord. Edmund and the capture of the 5 boroughs. While we could say that the loss of the 5 boroughs is a detriment to Edmund's reputation, it's the fact he managed to gain them back and secure England, as with the wrong king at the helm, the Kingdom of England could have been split up back into various kingdoms. Here, King Edmund brought all of Northumbria into his domain and caused to flee away 2 kings. King Edred. Once again, it's keeping the Kingdom of England together as the Northumbrians once again broke away. We also once again turn to the Anglo-Saxon chronicles, which tells us that Edred reduced all the land of the Northumbria to his control. It would take until 954 for Northumbria to be under complete control, thus uniting England again. Eadwig. Does a threesome count as an achievement? Because there's not much else for Eadwig's reign. I've covered the threesome affair in the Promiscuous Kings video. Edgar the Peaceful. There's quite a few achievements we can attribute to Edgar's rule. There were no recorded Viking attacks during his reign, improvements in English coinage, land reforms, etc. But I'm going to focus on the fact that Edgar re-established the Wessex dynasty's overlordship over the whole of Britain, as Edgar's uncle Ethelstan had done before. This overlordship can be interpreted from Edgar's grand coronation, with everyone, according to the life of St. Oswald, quote, "As the nobility of this wide and spacious realm were all to assemble, from the sun rising in the east, from the west, from the north, and from the sea, went out the king's edict, that all these persons should assemble in his presence." And, as you could probably guess, the Anglo-Saxon chronicles also praise this massive gathering. I do wish that this grand coronation was not at Bath, but rather at Glastonbury, as I could make a joke with that. Never mind. Edward the Martyr. I can't pick anything that would qualify as an achievement, because everything prominent about Edward is when he's dead. Ethelred the Unready. Another difficult king to choose an achievement for because of the fact that Ethelred's reign is just so long and terrible. His failure to lead any of his armies into battle against the Vikings, which in this period of history is expected in Britain. But I'm going to choose Ethelred's marriage to his second wife, Emma of Normandy. This marriage was a typical alliance match, but with a foreign policy in mind. Normandy had been a refuge point for raiding Norse ships during Ethelred's reign. With the marriage, formed an agreement that stopped that. This alliance proved even more useful when Ethelred sent Emma and his children by her to Normandy for refuge. So Ethelred's foreign policy towards Normandy was prudent, and for us, we have an additional source for the time period thanks to Emma's sponsorship, the Eulogy of Queen Emma. Sven Forkbeard. Talk about a speed run. Sven's achievement is conquering England, but he died before he could enjoy the fruits of his labour. Edmund Ironsides. For Edmund, it's the battles fought against Canute, as Edmund's reign consisted of fighting around England, before coming to an agreement with Canute at Deerhurst. Then Alderman Edric and the councillors who were gathered there advised that the kings form a pact between them, and the kings came together at Ola's Island near Deerhurst and became partners and pledger brothers, and affirmed both with pledge and also with oaths, and set payment for the raiding army, and afterwards they parted. And then King Edmund succeeded to Wessex and Canute to the north part. King Canute. Despite butchering his way through England, Canute's greatest achievement won't be the conquest of England or inheriting the other half of Edmund Ironsides, but instead Canute's journey to Rome and attending the coronation of the Emperor Conrad II of the Holy Roman Empire. This is a big achievement for a Norse king, as just over 100 years prior, Canute's Viking ancestors would have gladly sacked Rome for its riches. Canute meeting both the Emperor and the Pope and having a chinwag them over certain issues earned Canute some high prestige points. The Eulogy of Queen Emma mentions Canute visiting many holy places on his journey and giving generously. John of Worcester's account states the same, but then quotes a letter Canute sent back to England. It's rather long, so I'll just quote the most relevant part. Be it known to you that, at the celebration of Easter, a great assembly of nobles was present with our Lord, the Pope John, and Conrad the Emperor, that is to say, all the princes of the nations, from Mount Garganus to the neighbouring sea. All these received me with honour and presented me with magnificent gifts, but more especially was I honoured by the Emperor with various gifts and valuable presents, both in gold and silver vessels, and in pools and very costly robes. I spoke with the Emperor himself and the Lord Pope and the princes who were there in regard to the wants of my people, English as well as Danes, that there should be granted to them more equal justice and greater security in their journeys to Rome, and that they should not be hindered by so many barriers on the road, nor harassed by unjust tolls. Harold Harefoot and Harthacnut. I've got nothing to say for the greatest achievement for them both. Edward the Confessor and Westminster Abbey, the grand location of many burials and coronations of kings and queens. Westminster Abbey is Edward's crowning achievement. From the Abbey's website they explain, the only traces of Edward's monastery to be seen today are in the round arches and massive supporting columns of the Undercroft and the Pyx Chamber in the cloisters. Edward gave a great boom to the Abbey as it became a shrine to him, for at the tomb, through him, the blind receive their sight, the lame are made to walk, the sick are healed, the sorrowing are refreshed by the comfort of God. Who needs healthcare when you've got saints? Harold Godwinson the Battle of Stamford Bridge. As you can imagine, there's a lot of sources offering many details on the battle, in which the end of the Viking Age in England is often mentioned with this battle. I'm spoilt for choice, as this battle saw the death of King Harald Hardrada of Norway and Harold Godwinson's own brother, Tostig. For the account of the battle, I'm going to pick the Worcester account in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles. Then Harold, our king, came upon the Northmen by surprise and encountered them beyond York at Stamford Bridge with a great raiding army of English people. And there was that day a very hard fight on both sides. There were killed Harold Finehair and Earl Tostig, and the Northmen who remained there were put to flight, and the English fiercely attacked them from behind until some of them came to ship, some drowned, and some also burnt and thus variously perished, so that there were few survivors, and the English had possession of the place of slaughter. The king then gave safe conduct to Olaf, the son of the king of the Norse, and to their bishop, and to the Earl of Orkney, and to all those who were left on the ships. And they then went up to our king and swore oaths that they would always keep peace and friendship in this land. And the king let them go home with 24 ships. William the Conqueror. Choosing the Battle of Hastings is too predictable and easy. I'm picking something that is useful to all of us from this time period. The Domesday Book, a massive account of the resources and landholdings throughout most of England. It's such a helpful resource when researching this time period. There's nothing else like it. There's even a cool website called Open Domesday, which lists everything from the Domesday Book online. You can break down the Domesday Book into categories, such as households, war, resources, and people. Let's look at one area in Worcestershire where I'm from, Pershore, which lists its entry as households, 12 villagers, 13 slaves, 1 female slave, 1 Frenchman, 28 burgesses. Then the land and resources: ploughland, 6 lords' plough teams, 9 men's plough teams. Other resources: meadow, 100 acres, woodlands, 2 leagues, 3 furlonged mixed measures, 3 mills of value £2 10 shillings, 1 church. Valuation annual value to lord, £14 in 1086. It's a useful resource if you want to check your area from this period of history. William II. Because William is the second Norman king, it's his succession to the throne of England, similar to Edward the Elder, where it could have all gone to shit. Both John of Worcester and William of Malmesbury both mention William legging it to England to secure the treasury, the support of the people, and the backing of the Archbishop of Canterbury. There's no Witten anymore to elect a king. Despite gaining the throne and being anointed, it still didn't stop some of the nobles from wanting to replace William with his older brother, Robert, with the uprising of 1088. But William crushed his enemies. The king's liegemen and the bishop's retainers returned home in triumph without the loss of a single man, thanking God for the preservation of the property of the church, and the bishop for his wise counsels. Henry I. I'm picking Henry's first marriage as his greatest achievement to Edith, later Matilda of Scotland. She was a descendant of the House of Wessex, as her grandfather was Edmund Ironsides. It seemed that King Henry took a page from the reign of King Canute by marrying an important woman from the previous dynasty to secure a political union within the kingdom in order to establish stability, as Henry still had to contend with his older brother, Robert Curthose. The short reason is the union would give Henry's children more legitimacy in England over any rivals. Plus, I'm incredibly biased in this choice, because the marriage gave us one of my favourite historical characters, the Empress Matilda, the creator of the Plantagenets. King Stephen. I have tried to find something significant for King Stephen, but the sources around his time period mostly mention the anarchy. There is Faversham Abbey in Kent, which King Stephen and his wife Queen Matilda were both founders and patrons. Faversham became a large abbey, and presumably a beautiful abbey. Sadly, there's hardly anything left of it as it became a victim of Henry VIII's dissolution of the monasteries. King Stephen is one of England's most forgotten kings, and it doesn't do him any favours that his burial site is mostly gone. Henry II. I'm torn between two choices with King Henry, the first being the construction of the Great Keep at Dover Castle, or the absolute political theatre of his penance for the murder of Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury, in 1170. Henry had inadvertently caused the murder of Becket by shouting along the lines of how this priest had caused him such injury. Some knights overheard this and went to Canterbury and killed Becket. This action was highly shocking to the whole of Europe. From Spain to England, people heard the news, plus the fact that by 1173, Henry was facing a huge coalition, which included his own family, the Scottish king, and the French king. So to make amends and to control the narrative to his own advantage, Henry, in the middle of the Great Revolt, did penance, walking 3 miles barefoot. Ouch. It seemed to work for Henry, as a week later, the King of the Scots was captured in battle. Clearly, Henry had earned God's favour again, which is incredibly useful political propaganda and is one of the many tales of King Henry II I enjoy. For Dover Castle, because it acted as the gateway to England and protected England for centuries. Plus, it's one of my favourite castles. Although I can imagine King Henry being confused in our time period when a load of French tourists arrive on cruises to explore the castle. Richard the Lionheart. There's quite a lot of achievements with Richard. The problem I'm having is picking one that relates to England directly. Richard's greatest castle is in France. His greatest battles were in the Middle East. The epic song he composed while imprisoned in Germany. So let's go with not killing England's greatest knight, William Marshal. William had bested Richard in combat a few weeks before Henry II's death. Afterwards, the tale from their next meeting went the following. So Marshal, the other day you tried to kill me and would have done so had I not turned your lance aside. This accusation wounded William's knightly pride, and he replied indignantly that had he wanted to kill Richard, nothing could have stopped him. Marshal, you are pardoned. I bear you no malice. King John. How about the fact that John was the first king of England to be excommunicated? The Tudors thought it was an achievement, as King John's reputation from that time period is perhaps at its highest it had ever been, unlike in our time period. Henry III. For such a long reign, I'm going with the amount of construction work going on during Henry's rule. Places like Guildford or the Great Hall at Winchester. The main building work, which became Henry's greatest achievement, is the remodelling of Westminster Abbey, in which the remains of Edward the Confessor were transferred to a new shrine dedicated to him. Matthew Paris states that Edward's body was found complete, uncorrupted, and exuding a pleasant aroma. Most of Henry's remodelling is still visible, as opposed to King Edward's version. Some of the material for the remodelling were lead, iron, steel, charcoal, and firewood for making ironwork in locks, ropes, glass, wax, pitch, and other things necessary for glass windows and for making cement. and canvas for closing the windows of the same church with carriage, £153, 15 shillings and 11 pence. What a bargain. Edward I and the conquest of Wales. Ever since the arrival of the Normans after the conquest of England, the kingdoms in Wales gradually started losing territory, and the Normans soon built castles in Wales, Chepstow Castle in South Wales being one of the first in 1067. The expansion continued further with the Marcher Lords of Wales. There was also a lot of infighting amongst the Welsh rulers, but Wales was a hard land to conquer with difficult terrain. Even the mighty King Henry II struggled in Wales. By the reign of Edward I in 1274, large parts of Wales were under different parties' control. By 1277, the most powerful ruler in Wales, known as Llewellyn the Last, had submitted to Edward, but a combination of oppressive policies towards the Welsh and English hostilities led to war, which, after the Battle of Orowin Bridge, Llewellyn was killed and Edward soon divided Wales up and built even more castles. Edward II. Unfortunately, I cannot really pick anything for Edward. His reign is such a disaster. Edward III and the development of Parliament is one of my favourite aspects of Edward's reign. Not that the development was due to Edward being some amazing legislator who saw a future where the people have even representation and equal rights. The later Peasants' Revolt proved that the people still wanted and deserved change. This summary of these changes from one of our sources really caught my attention on how Edward and his nobles' desire for war with France led to this development. Edward III secured support for the war he and his nobles wanted, so much at least in part by giving the parliamentarian commons so much of what they wanted locally. The point is not to award praise or blame to Edward III, but to recognise that, however skillful and perceptive he may have been, English kingship of necessity took on a different role by the mid-14th century. Compromise and a scaling down of effort other than the war effort were the concomitants of relatively peaceful politics within the realm. It is important to remember that compromise from a king can be taken back quite easily. For Edward III, the sources make it clear that he was one of the most beloved kings by his people. Richard II. I'm going with a militaristic achievement with Richard's campaign into Ireland. Richard was the first king of England since the reign of King John back in the early 13th century to lead a campaign into Ireland, as the lordship was in turmoil. And like King John, Richard led 2 campaigns into Ireland. The first campaign saw Richard's arrival again in a similar style as previous English kings into Ireland, with a huge force of arms to flex the power of the English kingdom, some 500 ships. This campaign also acted as a means for Richard to display his kingly mettle, as his predecessor was known for having great military prowess, as restoring the lordship of Ireland would suit Richard than having to fight in France. The second campaign is rather overshadowed by the fact that Richard was forced to relinquish his crown shortly after returning. Henry IV and the Battle of Shrewsbury. A good part of Henry's rule was putting out fires all across Britain. The Welsh under Owain Glyndŵr were conducting effective guerrilla tactics and had taken quite a number of castles by 1404. There was also conflict with the Scots, plus discontent in England, so it seemed everything was going tits up for King Henry. But the Battle of Shrewsbury was a turning point for Henry's fortunes, although Henry did nearly lose his heir, the later Henry V, who was struck by an arrow in the face. But thanks to the skills of Henry's surgeon, Prince Henry survived. The other event that could be considered an achievement is hosting the Emperor of the Byzantines, Henry V, and the Treaty of Troyes. Sorry, but I'm getting flashbacks to the anarchy, where a king disowns his current heir for someone else. But instead of King Stephen and Henry II, it's Charles VI of France and Henry V of England. The major difference is that Henry died before Charles VI, meaning Henry V would never be King of France. But still, the fact that Henry managed to secure this treaty is a huge achievement. France was one of the most powerful and richest countries in Europe, and Henry's victory at Agincourt paved the way, which is quite a feat considering Henry's army by the time of Agincourt was worn out and disease-ridden. The story is remarkable as much as it seems unbelievable. No wonder Shakespeare wrote about it, which I love to quote. "Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close up the war with our English dead." Henry VI. It's quite hard to pick an achievement for King Henry VI, because of the Wars of the Roses taints his reign. Most books I've used to research Henry, both online and physical, all focus on the failures and misfortune of Henry's reign, which is understandable. However, if we judge Henry based off one aspect of medieval kingship Henry succeeded in, was producing a legitimate male heir who lived past childhood, Edward of Westminster. Given that later kings' main heirs died, I could argue this is an achievement, but it's nullified by Edward's death at the Battle of Tewkesbury. The other major theme mentioned in many books on King Henry is his piety, but that's not really an achievement. Nearly all medieval kings had to be or were pious. So for Henry's achievement, I'm going with the foundations of some of the most famous educational institutions in the world: Eton College, All Souls College in Oxford, and Cambridge. King Henry had a fascination with King Alfred, as Henry lacked a father figure, similar to King Henry III and his fixation on Edward the Confessor. Edward IV and the Treaty of Picquigny. Continuing with the theme of Edward IV being incredibly lucky, this treaty with the French meant Edward could keep up his lavish lifestyle even more so than before, with a fat, juicy pension. The context of this treaty is that Edward had invaded France in June 1475, nearly restarting another period of the 100 Years' War. But Edward's allies, the Duke of Brittany, Burgundy, were fickle and unreliable. This meant that Edward and his army could have been cut up and destroyed by the French, as the King of France was not the mentally incapacitated monarch as King Henry V dealt with, but rather Louis the Prudent. Yet rather than another bloody pitched battle, diplomacy and wine won the day. The French king remarked, "I have chased the English out of France more easily than my father did, for he had to drive them out with armies, while I have seen them off with venison and good French wine." Edward V. There's nothing I can say for the boy king, sadly. Richard III. The major problem with Richard's reign is that he ruled for a short amount of time, and that as soon as he was king, rebel uprisings and conspiracies were abound. Historian Rosemary Horrocks states about the effects of the uprisings. The rebellion was the decisive event of Richard's reign, shattering his assumed security and dictating his actions for the rest of his reign. In the event, it collapsed without ever seriously threatening Richard's grasp of his new kingdom, but its implications were far more damaging than this might suggest. That quote sums up the issue I'm having, so instead, I'm picking Richard being found in 2012 as his greatest achievement because of how his discovery invigorated, one, the heritage industry in England, specifically the city of Leicester, and how it sparked a renewed interest in medieval kings, which is a topic I've always found fascinating, hence this video series on the medieval kings. Henry VII, quite an easy one, ending the Wars of the Roses and establishing the Tudor dynasty, which, given the origins of the House of Tudor, is certainly something, as Henry Tudor's grandparents on his father's side were Owen Tudor, a Welshman with historical links to the old Welsh kingdom of Deheubarth, and Queen Catherine, Henry V's widow. Their love affair and later marriage is quite an interesting tale from the late Middle Ages. Henry VIII. Do I really have to say something positive about Henry VIII? Fine. Maritime activities. If anything involved ships and the high seas, King Henry VIII was fascinated or involved with naval affairs. The king acted as pilot and wore a sailor's coat and trousers made of cloth of gold and a gold chain with the inscription Douai mon doigt, to which was suspended a whistle which he blew nearly as loud as a trumpet. Henry's greatest achievement is the English navy power he re-established and expanded. The most famous ship constructed under Henry's orders was the Mary Rose. Henry could afford to splash out thanks to the large amount of funds he inherited from his father, and having a strong navy would aid in Henry's future wars with France and Scotland. The Scots were also building a strong navy. For English navy power, even going back as far as King Alfred, a strong navy has needed to exist, although the size of the English navy has changed over the many centuries. Powerful under Alfred, yet by Ethelred the Unready's reign, the ships used were mainly mercenary ships, so it varies king to king. Henry VIII's greatest achievement is laying the foundations for the Royal Navy to develop. Everyone makes poor decisions, like putting milk in tea first instead of hot water, or even heating the tea by putting it in the microwave. In the UK, that's treason. Most of us don't make poor decisions that could potentially cause everyone else to experience hardship. Instead, we elect people to do that for us. But for the medieval kings of England, their poor decisions could wreak havoc on the lives of the people of England. In this video, we will go over every medieval king of England's worst decision, starting from when they're king, from Alpha Alfred to Havoc Henry VIII. A quick spoiler, the Anglo-Saxon kings of England are going to be quite difficult to pick their worst decision because of the lack of sources, as well as that some simply ruled for such a short time. Normally, I try to spend quite a bit of time on each of them, but on this occasion, some will be quite short. Alfred the Great, the agreements with the Norsemen, most notably the Viking Guthrum. Before Alfred's major victory at the Battle of Edington in 878, in 876, Alfred had made a tentative agreement with the Viking raiding armies, which included hostages and oaths on holy relics on Alfred's side. Not long afterwards, according to Asser, the Viking army broke the treaty and moved to Exeter. Alfred's forces pursued them and besieged them there. Again, peace was made via a treaty, and the Viking army moved either to Gloucester or stayed at Exeter. The sources aren't clear on which, or fail to mention the exact location. Regardless, the Vikings soon surprised Alfred with a mid-winter attack. Alfred was caught off guard and had to flee from Chippenham to the swamps of Somerset, where the Viking army would struggle to follow. From there, Alfred built his forces back up before confronting the Vikings at Edington. Alfred had nearly lost it all by lowering his guard, although to move an army in winter was a bold move. Edward the Elder. Almost all the actions of the early years of his reign indicated a determination to be well prepared for any future invasions of his kingdom. This must have been the motive behind the land exchanges of which we have witnessed in his early charters. While these invasions did come, and were mostly defeated by 920, Edward was now in a dominant position, building burhs all over his new territories. But for all of Edward's kingdom building, it's how the kingdom might survive after his death. Edward's reign suffers from what I like to call hungry hippo syndrome, where Edward had a lot of sons, 6 in total, although not all of them made it to adulthood. The succession in this time period is messy, as Edward was king of the Anglo-Saxons, which was a fairly new title. While the Saxon kingdoms of Wessex and Mercia had been intermingling for years now, they still had their own separate nobles and their own witan. If we just read the Anglo-Saxon chronicles, they simply mention that Aethelstan succeeded to the kingdom with no issues. Historians disagree with this easy succession, as his younger brother may have been chosen by the Wessex witan to be king of Wessex and Aethelstan to be king of Mercia. Luckily for Aethelstan, his brother died 16 days after Edward at Oxford. We can speculate how Aethelstan's brother died, but rather his death avoided a potential civil war. In summary, Edward's worst decision was not naming a successor, or if he did, we don't have the evidence, as the last years of Edward's reign are scarce for information. Aethelstan. If we read the accounts of William of Malmesbury, it seems that Aethelstan made no terrible decisions, nor in the Anglo-Saxon chronicles is there one bit of criticism for Aethelstan. He's this glorious medieval warrior king, yet Aethelstan utterly failed in one aspect of medieval kingship which I rank as important: marriage and producing heirs. Aethelstan never married nor produced an heir. There is speculation that he chose a celibate life for religious reasons or for political reasons, as Aethelstan had plenty of brothers and sisters who would have their own children, which is rather lucky for Aethelstan, as we will get to a king who didn't have the luxury of having plenty of siblings to pass the crown on. Edmund, our first brief Anglo-Saxon king. Edmund's worst decision was going 1v1 with the thief who was threatening his Stuart, as Edmund lost his life trying to rescue him, according to the John of Worcester's account. Edred. It's quite a struggle to get much information for Edward's reign that isn't based around a military campaign or his sickly way of trying to eat, but at the same time with Aethelstan, Edred didn't marry or produce any heirs. Eadwig, ridding your court of wise advisors. The most notable advisor that Eadwig banished was Dunstan, the Archbishop of Glastonbury. Dunstan was a close friend and ally to the previous king, but it seemed Eadwig sought counsel elsewhere, and his new advisors sought to enrich their allies by advising the king to grant a large amount of land away in Eadwig's first year as king in 956. This poor attempt to bolster support soon backfired, as the disgruntled nobles who were replaced soon rallied behind Eadwig's younger brother, Edgar. Thankfully for the Kingdom of England, civil war was avoided, but the kingdom was split in two, but not for long, as Eadwig would be dead by 959. Edgar. Centralization of England under a strong hand. That's how I would describe Edgar's reign from 959 to 975. The major monastic reforms of Edgar's reign saw a lot of monasteries refounded, which also meant a lot of land was transferred to these religious houses. The deals that some laymen received were less than desirable, but given how powerful Edgar was, hardly anything was done for any complaints, until Edgar's unexpected death in 975. The Life of St. Oswald explains what happened after Edgar's death. This great king died on the 8th of July 975. At his death, the commonwealth of the entire realm was shaken. Bishops were perplexed, aldermen were angry, monks were struck with fear, the people were terrified, and the secular clerics were made happy, because their time had come. Abbots are now expelled together with their monks. Clerics are brought in together with their wives. Edgar's overzealous attitude towards the monastic reforms alienated a lot of disgruntled groups, and with Edgar's death, they were unleashed. Edward the Martyr, paying a visit to his half-brother Ethelred and Ethelred's mother's house, was Edward's worst decision, as it would not lead to some wholesome family reunion, but rather Edward getting murdered, according to one account. Ethelred. For me, it's that he never led his own forces when it mattered, instead only leading his forces a few times. After the Viking victory at the Battle of Maldon in 991, which only involved local forces in England against a Viking raiding army, not a national force which Ethelred could summon, Ethelred's government started to pay off the Vikings. The problem is that Ethelred never led these major forces. He always gave command to an alderman. While that would be fine for a campaign along the borders, when there's a national crisis, a medieval king should lead. His predecessors all did. Sven Forkbeard. Clearly his worst decision was conquering the Kingdom of England, as he would be dead not long afterwards. Either the weather, or the food, or even dealing with the people within England was too much for poor old Sven. Edmund Ironsides. It's quite hard to pick anything for Edmund, as he spent his reign fighting Canute before coming to an agreement with him. Edmund would then die a few months later. Canute. While Canute tried to govern England well after all the raiding, death and destruction caused by his invasion, Canute's new realm needed stability and was to be governed according to the laws of King Edgar. But the problem is that with the death of most of the Anglo-Saxon nobility and the bloody purges during Canute's reign meant that certain earls became incredibly powerful. A medieval king with a few powerful earls doesn't bode well. You need plenty of nobles with smaller landholdings rather than a few with large amounts. This issue is perfectly demonstrated during the reign of Edward the Confessor and his difficulties with the Godwins. Harold's reign is messy. If Harthacnut had been in England and not Denmark securing that throne, Harold would not have become king. There was significant opposition to Harold, yet to his credit, he subdued these rival groups. But his half-brother, Harthacnut, was planning an attempt to take back the English throne. The problem is Harold died after a short reign, so it's quite difficult to pick anything of note. Let's go with something from the eulogy of Queen Emma. For when others entered church to hear mass, as is the Christian custom, he either surrounded the glades with dogs for the chase. Harthacnut. His worst decision was attacking the city of Worcester. Beginning their works of destruction through the city and province continued it for 4 days, but very few of the citizens or provincials were taken or slain, because, having noticed of their coming, the people fled in all directions. A great number of the citizens took refuge in a small island called Beveridge, situated in the middle of the River Severn, and having fortified it, defended themselves so stoutly against their enemies that they obtained terms of peace, and were allowed free liberty to return home. On the 5th day, the city having been burnt, everyone marched off loaded with plunder, and the king's wrath was satisfied. What a tosser. Edward the Confessor. It's got to be the succession. It's messy. Many different sources state different things. The life of St. Edward states that as Edward was dying and stretching forth his hand to his governor, her brother Harold, he said, "I commend this woman and all the kingdom to your protection." The life of St. Edward was sponsored by Edith, Edward's wife and Harold's sister. Various other sources say differently. John of Worcester states that Edward chose Harold as he was elected by the leading men of England, the Witan. William of Malmesbury, however, mentions that Edward gave his succession in England to William. Then there's the pro-Norman sources, like William of Poitiers, who I'm sure you can guess who he supported. Edgar Etheling, the grandson of Edmund Ironsides, was a teenager with no political backing, or with anyone powerful enough to have challenged the Godwins. But also, the Witan chose Harold. They wouldn't choose a foreign duke over a man who had proved he was an effective leader. But it's all up to interpretation. Harold Godwin's son. In the last episode, I talked about the Battle of Stamford Bridge as Harold's greatest achievement. Now for Harold's worst decision, the Battle of Hastings, or more specifically, about troop numbers more than anything else, as we're not going to fall into a trap of historical determinization. While we know the outcome of Hastings, Harold had every reason to believe he would beat William. His troops were battle-hardened, and Harold was an experienced military commander. He might have also thought that God was on his side after the victory at Stamford Bridge. Plus, he chose an excellent position to defend. The problem is, for such a world history-defining battle, there's so many accounts of the battle, which is great for us as opposed to earlier battles. For example, Ethelstan's great victory at Brunanburh. Some sources mention that Harold could have waited for more troops before marching to face William. If that's true, then that would be Harold's worst decision. But, emboldened by success, it's understandable why Harold rushed off to face William. William I. The harrying of the North is William's worst decision. The quote about the harrying was from Orderic Vitalis' account, in which he condemns William for such a horrid act towards his subjects. It's not good kingship to indiscriminately slaughter the people under your charge. Many different accounts describe the atrocity. William spent the whole winter in laying waste the country, slaughtering the inhabitants, and inflicting every sort of evil without cessation. William II. You might think going on that hunting trip was William's worst decision, as it resulted in his death, and it's a fine choice. However, it seems from my perspective that the notion that William's death, accidental or not, was a rare thing. It wasn't. Hunting was a sport a lot of medieval kings enjoyed, but it was incredibly dangerous. I'm surprised more kings haven't died during a hunting trip. William's elder brother, Richard, also died in the New Forest during a hunt. There's quite a few occasions where a king has nearly died during a hunt, but William II is the only medieval English king to die during a hunt. Now, if you were to read certain accounts by different clergymen, their text tells us that William's worst decision was everything during his reign. Henry of Huntingdon, born in 1088, really seemed to despise William. His account of William's reign is incredibly hostile. King William's cruel life was brought to an end by an unhappy death. Other accounts are far more kind to William, but his death is more famous than his life, so going hunting that day, unfortunately, was his worst decision. Henry I. The king, therefore, having lost his son William, and there being as yet no other direct heir to the kingdom, for that reason made over the right to the crown to his daughter. Unfortunately, this is Henry's worst decision, picking his daughter to be his successor. While it worked out all well in the end, with the ascension of Henry's grandson, Henry II, to the throne of England, getting there took a civil war, known as the Anarchy. Because Empress Matilda was a woman, and in this point in time, when a noble woman married a man, her assets became his. It's how Henry II obtained the Duchy of Aquitaine when he married Eleanor of Aquitaine. I do wonder why Henry didn't get his bastard son Robert, Earl of Gloucester, legitimized and made heir. He would have made a good king. After all, Henry's father, William the Conqueror, was a bastard himself. But according to the deeds of King Stephen, Robert was advised not to press his claim over his nephew, Henry. King Stephen, his action of taking the throne, was Stephen's wildcard option, as a few years afterwards, the civil war known as the Anarchy would dominate the rest of his reign. Henry II, another king suffering from hungry hippo syndrome. Henry had 5 sons, 4 of which survived into adulthood, and trying to appease them all was Henry's longest standing issue. His boys were very much like himself, inheriting many of Henry's traits, such as a tremendous temper, the angry Angevins. This quote from one of our sources sums up the later part of Henry's reign. The later years of the reign are considered during which it was the activities of the king's sons, rather than Henry's own initiative, which largely determined the course of events. The Great Revolt, where 3 of Henry's eldest sons and his wife rebelled against him, is a prime example. For Henry's worst decision, I'm going with not visiting his dying son, Henry the young king. The young king had tried to start another revolt against his father, but it failed miserably. The young king then also caught dysentery, which turned fatal. As he lay dying, he sent word to his father to visit him. King Henry, dubious of any plots, refused to see him, instead sending a bishop. The young king died a few days later, and Henry mournfully stated that, "He has cost me enough, but I wish he had lived to cost me more." The young king's death caused King Henry to radically change his future plans. Richard the Lionheart. I know the Third Crusade is one of Richard's achievements, but Jesus Christ, the illnesses Richard and the French King Philip both suffered with, I'm amazed not one of them died during the crusade. It sounded horrible. Plus, getting captured and ransomed for a huge amount of money while your kingdom and other land holdings are at risk due to a treacherous brother scheming with the French king is not a good look. So Richard's worst decision, but also one of his best achievements, was the Third Crusade. John. Where do I start with King John? Killing his nephew blackened his reputation even further, taking another man's betrothed and then threatening the man's family, causing them to ally with your main rival, the King of France, or causing a civil war with his barons, forcing them into an untenable position where they felt they had no choice but to support another for the throne of England. There's so many decisions to choose. I would say, as a Manchester United fan, that King John's worst decision was founding the city of Liverpool. Henry III and royal favouritism. Nothing new here, medieval kings all had favourites, but in Henry's case, he allowed the rise of a man who would one day best him in battle and keep him as little more than a living seal. That man was Simon de Montfort, the Earl of Leicester. Simon was not some Norman baron whose family had lived in England since the Norman conquest. Rather, Simon was a French nobleman with some family in England. Simon rapidly became one of Henry's favourites, even allowing Simon to marry his sister Eleanor, which caused a scandal amongst the English barons. Simon possessed traits which Henry himself lacked. Simon was brave, a natural leader, and by the Second Barons' War, an experienced commander. After the Battle of Lewes, Simon had captured the king and his heir Edward. What followed was a period of humiliation for Henry, but Edward soon escaped and raised an army to hunt down Simon and his allies, eventually trapping them in the small town of Evesham. The battle that followed was bloody and brutal. Henry himself was dressed in Simon's colours and nearly killed, but was eventually rescued. This became an incredibly embarrassing episode for King Henry. Edward I and the Scottish War of Independence. What started as an act of arbitration to prevent a civil war in Scotland turned into Scotland's fight for independence. King Edward on a few occasions had tried to get the Scottish King Alexander III to submit Scotland under an overlordship, similar to how Henry II had forced William the Lion, King of the Scots, to swear to be his sworn man for the Kingdom of Scotland. But that overlordship ended when Richard the Lionheart needed funds for his crusade. But now, with all of Alexander's family line dead and Scotland divided, Edward planned to conquer Scotland as he had done in Wales. While he was initially successful, the war dragged on and Edward was getting old, plus the strain on his vast resources was starting to mount. This would lead to major issues for Edward's successor, as he died leading a campaign that never reached Scotland. Edward II and royal favourites. Once again a king who prioritised a single favourite over others. Piers Gaveston first, then Hugh Despencer the Younger. Both these men would infuriate the English nobility, and both men would pay with their lives. The action of promoting these men would also add to the many grievances that ultimately toppled Edward from the throne. Edward III. I could argue that Edward's worst decision was starting what would become the 116 Years' War, which England ultimately lost. But Edward could not have predicted the war lasting that long. One of the issues during the war was that Edward's government by 1360 wanted French land without any obligation of homage towards the French king. Many different historians have varying opinions on Edward, ranging from him being selfish and solely fixated on the war goals over his people's needs. The problem is that Edward was such a successful medieval king. He ticked all the right boxes for what a medieval king should be. He married well, he had plenty of children, he defeated his enemies and established his dominance and expanded his realm with great victories that cemented his legacy. There is the Battle of Stanhope Park, where Edward was nearly captured during a raid on the English camp by the Scots. But that was early in Edward's reign, when he was under the control of Roger Mortimer, his mother's ally and lover. There was the Parliament of 1341, where Edward clashed with his nobles and clergy, leading to a humiliating climb down over the crown's financial control. Or the later parliaments in the 1370s, where Edward was simply too ill to rein in his son, John of Gaunt, who was acting tyrannical, especially introducing the poll tax. Richard II and the Duke of Lancaster's inheritance. In this one act of taking his cousin's rightful lands and titles, Richard had inadvertently created the path to his downfall and imprisonment. When his uncle John of Gaunt died on the 3rd of February 1399, Richard had a choice: allow his son Henry Bolingbroke to become the new Duke of Lancaster, creating a powerful rival, or take the lands and title away from him, which would piss off a large amount of the nobility and set a dangerous precedent. He chose the latter, and unsurprisingly, Henry didn't take the news well. And before long he arrived in England with a small following, which got bigger and bigger. Richard was in Ireland when he got the news, and reportedly stated, "Come hither, friends. Good Lord, this man plans to derive me of my country." And that's exactly what happened. Henry IV and taking the bloody throne. The difficulty of Henry trying to retain the throne is perhaps one reason he ruled only for 14 years. The stress of the uprisings, plus nearly losing his son and heir during the Battle of Shrewsbury, where the later Henry V was hit in the face by a bodkin arrow, the bouts of illnesses leaving him unable to act in his capacity as king, and the rumours of Richard II still being alive, despite his body being displayed. Richard haunted Henry's reign. Henry V, for a king who wanted to fix the issues plaguing England for the last 20 years and bring the nobility of England back together from the trials and tribulations of both Richard II and Henry IV's reign, Henry V succeeded in restoring England to what some commentators saw as a return to the grand age of Edward III. I think the problem I want to say is that, again, similar to Richard the Lionheart, that the Crusades were the worst decision, but also one of the great achievements of Richard's reign. The same argument can apply to Henry V, that Henry became the heir to the French throne. Henry would have to redo what he had done in England of healing divisions. But in France's case, Henry stoked divisions, plus the cost of the war both in men and resources. But we will never know how Henry might have ruled both England and France together, as he died only aged 35, leaving a messy settlement for his kingdom and his successor, Henry VI. Similar to King John, there's so many I could choose, I don't know which one to pick. The treaties with the French, the Wars of the Roses, the settlements, the Act of Accord, there's too many to pick. Edward IV and marrying Elizabeth Woodville at his pleasure. The fact that Edward dragged his feet in telling his council gathered at Reading Abbey that he was now married, as the news of the marriage wouldn't be received well to many of Edward's allies and his own mother, but especially towards Edward's most important ally, the Earl of Warwick, known as the Kingmaker. Regardless if the marriage was of love or lust, Edward was 22 and Elizabeth was 28. She was a widow with 2 young boys. The normal way of marriage for Edward's time was he would wed a foreign princess, not one of his own subjects. While the marriage was successful, producing plenty of children, the diplomatic consequences would nearly cost Edward his throne, as the Kingmaker, Warwick, would switch sides back to Henry VI, causing Edward to flee to Burgundy for a time, until he returned and defeated Warwick at the Battle of Barnet and the rest of his enemies at the Battle of Tewkesbury. Edward V and going into the Tower of London. Although it's not like he had a choice in the matter, so it's redundant to talk about. Richard III, putting the princes in the Tower. That went well for Richard's historical reputation, didn't it? Regardless of the fate of the boys, the conspiracies and theories on what happened to the boys is intertwined with Richard's reign. Although the Tower of London was the safest place for the boys. I've read many books on Richard III from various decades and the chronicles from the time period, and not surprisingly, no one can agree on the fate of the princes in the Tower. One book in particular is titled Richard III, Medieval Kingship from 1993, described as 7 historians, all acknowledged experts on the 15th century, yet with wildly divergent views of the life and reign of Richard III. Reading this book really emphasized how much of a daunting task it would be to conclusively prove what happened to the princes in the Tower. Henry VII and his treatment of Catherine of Aragon. Yes, both Henry VII and Henry VIII treated Catherine horribly. What started off as a warm welcome to England upon Catherine's arrival to marry Henry's eldest son, Arthur, turned into a nightmare for her. Arthur died shortly after their wedding, and Catherine was left in limbo for years. The back and forth letters to her reluctant father really helped her woes. Henry, in the last few years of his reign, had a cold manner towards her, dragging the issue of her dowry and creating a situation where Catherine was in near constant financial trouble for a man so obsessed with his dynasty's survival. Not allowing Catherine and Henry to marry and start producing future heirs is just plain odd. As if disease took Arthur, it could have taken Prince Henry. Or rather, Henry might have wanted another match to secure an alliance with another power. If that's the case, then allowing Catherine to return home would have been a kindness. In the end, Henry did little to help Catherine, and his death finally set her free to marry the now King Henry VIII. That poor girl. Henry VIII. While there's many choices I could pick for Henry's reign, the dissolution of the monasteries is the decision that really vexes me. The way in which they were torn down and the building materials sold off. While some were saved, for example Tewkesbury Abbey, the majority weren't so lucky, and so much heritage was lost to us. If you go to any medieval religious site in Britain, Henry's taint is somewhere upon it. Henry's actions changed the landscape of not just England, but also Ireland and Wales. Food. Everyone loves it, and everyone has their own favourite food, whether you're a fan of savoury food or sweet food. For me personally, I prefer devouring a wall with hanging donuts. Everyone has their own preferences. Incidentally, I hate bananas, everything about them. The taste, the texture, the smell, yuck. Luckily for the medieval kings of England, none of them ever had to try a vile banana or pineapple on pizza. Although, as we will see, some of the kings ate rather strange things. Now normally, I would go through each king, from Alfred to Henry VIII, and list them with each of the video's subject matter, but for this video, I simply cannot do that. We have no idea on what the Anglo-Saxon king's favourite foods were, so sorry for the clickbait. Even Old Reliable, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, only mentions food when something bad happens. For example, here in Britain there was bloody rain, and milk and butter were turned to blood. Or, here was the big winter, and something a bit more realistic. 820 AD, the harvest was spoiled by continuous heavy rains, and many men and cattle died. Floods prevented the autumn sowing. Grim stuff. But we can look at the food that might have been their favourites. We will go from the Anglo-Saxon kings to the Norman kings, then the Angevin/Plantagenet kings, and finally the Tudor kings. Alfred the Great is a special case for food. If you remember from the second episode on how every medieval king of England died, I mentioned that Alfred suffered from a terrible stomach or bowel condition, which the kind of food he ate affected him greatly. The most notable incident occurred during his wedding feast. The food on offer here would have been the richest and finest food an Anglo-Saxon king could have. It's also a great chance for a king to flex his wealth and power with the food, especially bringing to the table
cheese.
What made cheese interesting is how mature it was as it aged, as a king could keep cheese in one of his many estates to age, with the king's reeve looking after the cheeses. Various cheese boards might have been on offer at Alfred's wedding feast, alongside a variety of meats and fishes, chicken, venison, pork, and different varieties of fish, red and white herring, most of which would be fresh, but with a few portions salted or smoked for preservation. Lamb and sheep, the name mutton comes with the Normans, they don't appear. From one of our sources, the fact that sheep are not mentioned could be an accident of the non-survival of evidence, but is perhaps accounted for by the fact that pigs and cattle will more readily put on weight to give fatty, tender meat. The food could have been cooked in a variety of ways. Roasted, grilled, fried, baked, etc. I say could have been, because unfortunately Asser doesn't tell us what kind of food is on offer. He states, when therefore he had duly celebrated the wedding which took place ceremonially in Mercia, in the presence of countless persons of both sexes, and after the feasting, which lasted day and night, he was struck without warning in the presence of the entire gathering by a sudden, severe pain that was quite unknown to all physicians. Alfred might have suffered from Crohn's disease or inflammatory bowel disease. The food he ate affected his condition greatly, and he could have tried a variety of different food types to see how it would affect him. One vegetable recommended for its health benefits was radishes. The availability of vegetables in the Middle Ages is seasonal. Some could only be obtained during certain months of the year. For example, asparagus would only be available from May to June, depending on how well the seasons went. Another factor in some other food that the kings could have enjoyed is location. Food available in Worcester would be different from Norwich. For example, within the county of Worcestershire there are regional foods: plums from Pershore, asparagus from Evesham, or black pears from Worcester. Another type of possible food at Alfred's wedding feast: imported food from as far as the Eastern Roman Empire at Constantinople, or even from Asia or Africa, as one trader in Anglo-Saxon England stating that he trades in purple garments, silk, precious stones and gold, rare clothing and mixtures of herbs, spices and perfume, wine and oil, ivory and alloy, brass and tin, sulphur and glass, and many such things. The markets of London and Winchester would be the places for a king's servant to acquire these goods. Certain oils would have been imported, such as olive oil or walnut oil, but if a king really wanted to impress his guests and flex his wealth, then spices would do the trick. The most common spice that comes up is pepper. Rarer spices would include cinnamon, cumin, ginger, licorice, saffron. Some herbs and spices would have also been used for their medicinal effects, which Alfred could have used to try to calm or fix his ailments, as Alfred received gifts from the Patriarch in Jerusalem. Asser states, "I have seen and read letters sent to him with gifts from Jerusalem by the Patriarch Elias." One of the most basic necessities in the medieval world that both kings and peasants had and even enjoyed: bread, which could accompany the cheese. Butter was another staple to go along with the bread. The major difference between the bread for a king and a peasant was the grain. Barley, wheat, rye and oats are a few examples of the type of grain in Anglo-Saxon England, although we can joke that we know Alfred may not have been a very good baker based on the later tales of Alfred and the burnt cakes, or pancakes or crumpets. But bread was a major staple food that everyone in Anglo-Saxon England could obtain, and during feast days, a variety of baked goods were available to enjoy, but not too much, as indulgences can be seen as a sin of gluttony. Such enriched loaves could have been kneaded with milk instead of water or cream, and had eggs, butter and other fats incorporated in the dough. They may have been sweetened with honey, or contained fruits, preserved in honey, or dried. Now we move on to the Norman kings, so William, Henry and Stephen. One of the biggest changes in how the Norman kings of England enjoyed their food was they had castles to store, cook and eat their food. Nearly all the new castles being built by the Normans after the conquest were wooden. The elaborate stone castles would come much later. Most of the first generation of Norman castles were essentially asymmetrical in plan, either because they wished to exploit the defensive potential of landscape features, or because they adopted the popular Motte and Bailey plan, with a crescent-shaped defended domestic courtyard beside a great keep tower set on an artificial mound. During the later 13th century, new castles began to adopt a much more rectangular plan. Another major mark of the Normans on food in England, the Domesday Book, as with this brilliant resource, we can see the distribution, the different types of production of food across England, from the amount of mills processing a variety of grain, over 6,000, One other major resource for food in England is the fisheries. The Open Domesday Book lists fisheries as many freshwater and coastal fisheries are mentioned in Domesday, though not all counties record them. Tax was commonly paid in fish. Eels, salmon and herring are the most often recorded types. There's also the salt production, which was crucial for preserving food in the Middle Ages, most being centred on the coastal areas of England and around Worcestershire. Salt-preserved food would have been used quite a bit during the early days of Norman England, as King William spent a large amount of his time putting down revolts across England. And as the English language is so often simple, there's a village in Norfolk simply called Salthouse. Returning to fish, which the Hull Domesday Project describes as, fish was an essential element in the medieval diet, as the church forbade the eating of meat during the 6 weeks of Lent. On Fridays and Saturdays throughout the year, and on important festivals, the Anglo-Saxon kings would have also enjoyed fish, smoked, salted, or pickled. The Norman kings, they loved fish. One particular king always comes up when fish is mentioned in the High Middle Ages, Henry I, the greatest Norman king of England. He enjoyed lampreys, and luckily for Henry, lampreys could be found all over England's rivers and in Normandy. According to Henry of Huntingdon's Chronicles, lampreys contributed to Henry's death, for returning from hunting at St. Denis in the Wood of Lions, he partook of some lampreys, of which he was fond, though they always disagreed with him, and though his physician recommended to him to abstain, the king would not submit to his salutary advice. William the Conqueror rather enjoyed a large amount of food, so much so it was rather difficult to bury the man, as his frame was too large for his tomb. I've covered what happened to William's body in a previous episode. It wasn't just the seas and the rivers in which the kings could obtain their favourite type of fish, but also fish ponds, a large amount being artificially made, as the kings and others rich enough could afford to build such a useful way of rearing fish. All sections of the landed upper classes constructed and used fish ponds. Kings who maintained numerous large pools, the higher nobility, knights and gentry, as well as bishops and monasteries, were all involved in fish culture. Together, these people and institutions represented about 2% of the population. What greedy bastards! Speaking of greed, one other major change with the Normans is the creation of royal forests. In the simplest term, it was an area of land in which the king could designate as a reserve, which involved a resource which only the king could control. Most of the time, it involved animals the king wanted to hunt. William the Conqueror loved hunting. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicles contains a poem about William after he died, and parts of it mention he set up great game preserves, and he laid down laws for them, that whosoever killed hart or hind, he was to be blinded. He forbade hunting the harts, so also the boars. He loved the stag so very much, as if he were their father. Also, he decreed for the hares that they might go free. The creation of the royal forests became such a problem that by 1217, the Charter of the Forest, a major document alongside the Magna Carta, would attempt to fix the amount of royal forests created. The whole document is long and worth a read, but for context, I'll quote Clause 10. No one shall henceforth lose life or limb because of our venison. But if anyone has been arrested and convicted of taking venison, he shall be fined heavily if he has the means, and if he has not the means, he shall lie in our prison for a year and a day, and if after a year and a day he can find pledges, he may leave prison, but if not, he shall abjure the realm of England.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Venison was still a meat that only the rich and the kings enjoyed. the other animals that roamed around some of the royal forests. The wild boar, a particular favourite for the kings to kill and literally bring home the bacon. The red squirrel was also an option for the kings to enjoy until the Tudor age, as they became unfashionable to eat. And sadly these days, the red squirrel is hardly around, thanks to the vile, invasive eastern North American grey squirrel. Thank you again, Victorians. The final part about the Norman kings which involved food is the introduction of new varieties of apples and pears from France into England. But fruit was seen as suspicious and sometimes bad for you in some cases, but apples would be used for cider making or cooked in pies or tarts. Now we arrive at the Angevin/Plantagenet kings, and we have more information on the food and grand feast each king had. But returning to cooking with apples, there is a cookbook dated from 1390 titled The Form of Cury, a roll of ancient English cookery by the master cooks of King Richard II, and one of the many recipes mentions apple tart. Take good apples and good spices and figs and raisins and pears, and when they are well chopped and coloured well with saffron, put them in a coffin, a pie shell, and bake well. Most of those ingredients to go alongside the apples would be rather expensive, so only the lords and kings could enjoy such a sweet treat. One thing I have noticed during my research for this topic is the lack of fibre in the king's diet and the wider nobility. Here is a list of the items that King John's niece, Eleanor of Brittany, enjoyed on a weekly basis. Saturday, bread, ale, sole, almonds, butter, eggs. Sunday, mutton, pork, chicken and eggs. Monday, beef, pork, honey, vinegar. Tuesday, pork, egg, egret. Wednesday, herring, conger, sole, eels, almonds and eggs. Thursday, pork, egg, pepper, honey. And Friday, conger, sole, eels, herring and almonds. Other than the almonds, which were an expensive food to import, a lot of that food mentioned doesn't have a lot of fibre, which is concerning. Now let's continue the journey down Poor Fibre Lane with accounts of some of the many lavish, indulgent, rich and bizarre feasts some of our Plantagenet kings enjoyed. So how does a king outdo another king when it comes to food? Well, in King Henry III's case, his daughter Margaret was to marry Alexander III of Scotland, and to flex his wealth and power to the Scots, Henry planned a grand wedding feast, which took months to plan. Over 1,300 deer were slaughtered in preparation. Venison was one of the finest meats a king could offer to guests. 7,000 hens, over 170 balls. The bread to accompany most of the food was 68,500 loaves. Then the variety of fish, 60,000 herring, most being preserved in salt or smoked or pickled, 1,000 green fish, 10,000 haddock, 500 conger eels, plus all the sauces and spices to go along with the cooking of all this food, and the fuel needed to cook it, charcoal, coal, wood, etc. Henry III also rather enjoyed a variety of birds, swans and peacocks, buzzards, cranes, storks, etc. While it's important for a king to make sure his guests are adequately or excessively fed and watered, it's also important that his queen gets the food she wants. And for Edward I's Queen Eleanor of Castile, some of the fruit she desired could not be grown in England, only sunny, beautiful Spain. In one shipment from her homeland, which included some dried fruit, 15 lemons, 7 oranges, and 230 pomegranates. These items would cost a lot to import. Remaining with Edward I, one other great occasion to splash the cash and flex one's power with food and drink were coronation feasts. In Edward's case, it's reported that, to produce and send up to London, 278 bacon hogs, 450 porkers, 440 fat oxen, 430 sheep, 22,600 hens and capons, and 13 fat goats. A grand feast indeed, but there is one feast in medieval English history that is rather famous because of the sheer amount of food and courses on offer. Yet this grand feast doesn't come from a king. Rather, it comes from the kingmaker, known as Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick. The occasion? His brother was being made Archbishop of York, so quite the occasion. However, like anything with medieval politics, there's always something to be pointed out. This grand feast was made after the coronation of Elizabeth Woodville as Queen of England. The kingmaker was not exactly thrilled with Edward IV's choice in bride, so he flexed in a way that showed his wealth and in a display of soft power, as King Edward didn't attend this great feast. The food listed as the following with some variations on the amount from different sources. They consumed 4,000 pigeons and 4,000 crays, 2,000 chickens, 204 cranes, 104 peacocks, 100 dozen quails, 400 swans and 400 herons, over 100 oxen, 6 wild bulls, 608 pikes and bream, 12 porpoises and seals, 1,000 sheep, 304 coals, 2,000 pigs, 1,000 capons, 400 plovers, 200 dozen of the birds called rees, 4,000 mallards and teals, 204 young goats, and 204 bitterns, 200 pheasants, 500 partridges, 400 woodcocks, 100 curlews, 1,000 egrets, over 500 deer, 4,000 cold and 1,500 hot venison pies, 4,000 dishes of jelly, 4,000 baked tarts, 2,000 hot custard with a proportionate quantity of bread, sugared delicacies, and cakes. This feast was over a period of days, not in one sitting. That would be madness, but you can recreate a smaller version of the feast at Warwick Castle. They host a medieval banquet in celebration of the famous Earl of Warwick. One type of meat that saw a boom in growth and availability, mutton and lamb, part of the massive growth in the English wool industry. By the reign of Edward III, there is evidence that there were over 8 million sheep in England. Sheep provided not just wool as a material to export to Europe, but also the milk produced, which would be used for cheese making and butter, something the king's table would always have. Sugar also comes up more so in the high and late Middle Ages. Again, it's expensive to import, but honey was also an alternative for sweetening dishes. For the king's household, one particular source is useful for seeing the accounts of the many people employed to cook and manage the food of the kings. The Course of the Exchequer, written by King Henry II's Lord Treasurer, Richard Fitz-Neal. This source lists the people within the royal household and their pay and allowances. Some titles for the many roles include Dispenser of the Bread, or the Master Butler, or even the Royal Wayfarer. Now we come to our final set of kings, the Tudors. I say set, but realistically it's all about Henry VIII and his gargantuan appetite and figure. It's one of the most famous aspects of him. But as we move into the Tudor age, new food arrives from the New World, and with the change of religion for England, food habits change. We even have books on diets, one from 1542 titled Here Followeth a Compendious Regiment, or Dietary of Health, by Andrew Boord, which goes over many things for man to consume, avoid, and how a man should build his house. One meat that Andrew recommended for people to consume, beef, something King Henry enjoyed large quantities of, and as the king set the fashions of the time, beef became more popular than pork, due in part that cattle were easier to rear than pigs, as pigs were normally reared in forests, and by the Tudor age, a lot of forests had been cleared, as well as the enclosure of common land. Now, one thing that is never associated with King Henry is vegetables. Whenever Henry is depicted in pop culture, it's the typical caricature of the obese, meat-loving monarch. But Henry did like certain vegetables, thanks to his first wife, Catherine of Aragon. Henry, however, was won over to her tastes, and became so greedy for globe artichokes that in 1534 he instructed his deputy governor, Lord de Lisles, when he visited Calais, to procure all the artichokes in the vicinity for his majesty's pleasure. Henry also rather enjoyed fruit. Now, I bash on Henry quite a bit due to the dissolution of the monasteries as one of the most destructive events in British heritage history. But it wasn't just the building material from the many abbeys and monasteries that Henry tore down. He also took their produce. I suppose they didn't need it anymore, so sod it, might as well take their fruit trees, which Henry took for his own gardens. Fruit was still only being used for cooking rather than consuming raw, as there was still suspicion on eating fruit unless baked. But during the Tudor age, this began to change, with newer fruits coming to England, such as apricots. It would still take time for people to come around to fruit, while into Stuart England, with one officer of the Royal Navy commenting on trying orange juice for the first time. I drank a glass of a pint, I believe, at one draught, of the juice of oranges of whose peel they make comfits, and here they drank the juice as wine, with sugar, and it is very fine drink, but it being new, I was doubtful whether it might not do me hurt. While orange juice isn't a strange drink to us now, some of the ways in which food in Tudor England was decorated and displayed was interesting. For example, a pig's stomach is filled with ground pork and spices, and covered all over with blanched almonds, so as to look like a hedgehog. A simpler dish for king and peasant alike, which depending on the ingredients displays one's wealth. Pottage, a classic dish in medieval England. A peasant's pottage meal would consist of vegetables thickened with grains, such as oats. The richer version would have stewed meat such as venison. Pottage today would be considered comfort food in autumn or winter. Pottage is also mentioned in Andrew Board's 1542 book on health, as meat being one of the main ingredients in pottage, which showed a man's wealth. The Tudors were even bigger flexers when it came to showing off food than their predecessors, keeping in line with flexing one's wealth. One event during King Henry's reign that really showed off his wealth, the Field of the Cloth of Gold. This time it was the King of England versus the King of France, not in some brutal battle, but a conference of two European monarchs, which was a little bit awkward as the English monarchs were still calling themselves Kings of France as well. But this event was grand on a magnificent and massive scale, lasting 18 days. Henry travelled with tents made of the cloth of gold. The food for Henry and his court from one source was a staggering £7,409. In today's money, anywhere from 2.8 million to 3.2 million based off inflation. Some of the foods listed from England were 9,100 plaice, 7,836 whitening, 700 conger eels, 488 cod, 5,544 soles, 1 dolphin, 300 bream, 1,890 mackerel, 2,800 crayfish, 3,300 on a variety of crustaceans, plus spices and colouring for the food, blue bice, white lead, green arabic, vermilion, vinegar, sugar candy, yellow ochre, dragon's blood, a resin from the dragon tree, then the meat, 373 oxen, 2014 mutton, 852 veal, 51 pigs, 16 lamb, 1,261 geese with some fattened, 82 pheasants, 2,445 quails, and thousands of other birds such as gulls and herons, 30,700 eggs. Then some fruit, 9,300 pippins apples, 5,500 oranges, 200 lemons, 34 gallons of oil, plus more spices and sauces. For the full breakdown of everything from the festival, including all the pots and pans plus plates, check the references for the Field of Cloth and Gold in the top comment and description tab. In conclusion, I believe we can come to an understanding that most of the medieval kings of England's favourite food was mostly meat or fish, cooked with a variety of spices and herbs. But after narrating this video, goodness, I'm thirsty. I have a tremendous thirst on. I wonder what the medieval king of England's favourite drinks were. In the previous episode, I very subtly suggested that we'd look at all the medieval kings of England's favourite drinks, and keeping with the previous episode, instead of listing every single medieval king of England, I will instead go through each beverage the kings would have enjoyed, and some they might not have. Let's start off strong with arguably the beverage that is most likely the king's favourite drink: wine. In all accounts of the grand feasts and occasions, the drink of choice is always wine for the kings. I'm fairly certain it's half the reason why Edward III started the 116 Years' War with France was to control the wine production areas. Wine produced in England during the Middle Ages is a mixed bag. It hasn't got the prestige or fame of French or Italian wine, not for any particular egregious reason. It's the climate. It isn't suited to cultivating wine to the quality in those countries. All the vineyards during the early and high Middle Ages in England were all in the southeastern part of England. The Domesday Book lists 45 places. Vineyards in medieval England have an interesting tale from the Hull Domesday Project on vineyards. It was once thought that the vine was reintroduced into England by the Normans after an absence of almost 700 years following the departure of the Romans, but this is no longer accepted. Vineyards can be documented from the 8th century onwards. What is certainly the case, however, is that there were a significant increase in the number after 1066. Not one of the vineyards in Domesday Book were clearly in existence before that date, and several of them are categorically stated to be new. As with other appearances, there were probably more vineyards in existence in 1086 than Domesday records. By the early 12th century, vines were certainly cultivated where none are mentioned in Domesday. Henry of Huntingdon, for instance, claims that Winchester was rich in wine, and William of Malmesbury that the wine of the Vale of Gloucester was abundant and of good quality. No vineyards are recorded in Domesday in either Hampshire or Gloucestershire. At some point in the following centuries, vine culture all but disappeared in England. Whether this was due to deteriorating climate conditions or to the acquisition of Gascony and its superb wines is unclear. Wine production in Anglo-Saxon England is a fascinating topic, from the fermentation of the grapes or burning sulphur to sterilize the storage units for the wine, to the different types of yeast to strengthen the alcohol content of the wine produced. From one of our sources, wine produced in England are usually dry. Relatively few grapes in Europe ripen to the degree required for sweet wine. Sweetness is not one of the qualities of a good wine, listed in the Salernitan Rule of Health. If you desire good wine, these 5 things are praised in them: strength, beauty and fragrance, coolness, freshness. This may not have reflected Anglo-Saxon taste, since wines are very often flavoured and or used as a base for other drinks. Now that's just wine produced in Anglo-Saxon England, not imported wines from Europe, mostly from France, as French merchants would come to the markets of London even before the conquest by the Normans, and for early depictions of wine consumption and storage, the Bayeux Tapestry shows barrels and serving bowls to drink the wine. As we move into the later Middle Ages after the conquest, we have descriptions from chroniclers on the state of wine produced in England. For example, from William of Malmesbury about wine made in Gloucestershire. This vale is planted thicker with vineyards than any other province in England, and they produce grapes in the greatest abundance and of the sweetest taste. For the wine made in them does not twist the mouth by its tartness, and is little inferior to the sweetness of French wines. But then in the same time period, we have one account stating on English wine. English wine can be drunk only with eyes closed and teeth clenched. Regardless of whether the taste of English wine was good or bad, the kings would only have the finest wine, which was always going to be imported wine, as it's the best and the most expensive, so only the king and the nobility, plus high-ranking members of the clergy, would enjoy this type of wine. There are a few occasions where the common soldier in the English army got to enjoy fine French wine. The end of the 116 Years' War saw Edward IV's army getting completely slaughtered on French wine, and this quote from the French king is a favourite of mine. "I have chased the English out of France more easily than my father did, for he had to drive them out with armies, while I have driven them off with venison and good French wine." Even before the 116 Years' War with France, the Angevin kings of England, so Henry II, Richard the Lionheart, and King Lost Nearly All the Land John, these kings controlled a vast amount of French territory, Normandy, Gascony, Saintonge, Anjou, etc. So it was easy for the kings to enjoy the finest French wine and in vast quantities. An audit of John's wine revealed that in 1201 he had over 700 tons of wine, 180,000 gallons, at his disposal, for the price of English wine in the later 13th century, from the 1270s and 1280s, 1 ducat and 1.5 ducats per gallon, which costs much less than Gascon wine at 3 and 4 ducats per gallon. As for sweet southern wines, we have a description from Andrew Broad's 1542 book Dietary of Health, in which he states, "Hot wines, which be not good to drink with meat, but after meat, and with oysters, with salad, with fruit a draught or two may be suffered." For large amounts of wine consumption, feasts for special occasions are the ideal place to find vast quantities of wine. King Henry III's daughter's marriage to the King of Scots saw the wedding feast at 100 tons, or 25,000 gallons. Now I've talked about the most prized and expensive beverage the kings enjoyed, with wine being the top of the most desirable drinks. But now I'm going to talk about the least prized and blandest drink the kings had: water. Water in the Middle Ages is a contentious subject, and within the public perception sphere, water in the Middle Ages was dirty, filled with excrement, and was to be avoided at all costs. This is categorically false. Water was fine to drink in the Middle Ages, depending on the source. For example, wells would be one site to get water, and the riverways and streams in the Middle Ages were far cleaner than today in England. There were no microplastics, or oil from boats, or forever chemicals, etc. But one of the main reasons why water is the bottom of the barrel for the choice of drinks is simply there's better options, like ale, which is far more nutritious and delicious, or cider, or mead, or milk, which again tastes better and contains vitamins. Think of it like this. If you came round to my house to discuss why Henry VIII is the worst king of England, or to talk about why Snorlax is the best Pokemon, I would offer you a drink, and a glass of water is bottom of the list of drinks I'd offer. You'd have a choice of tea or coffee, or a choice of fruit squash or lemonade, and if we're dining in the evening, I'd offer a pint of beer or something stronger. So that's one reason people in the Middle Ages had better drinking options than water, but water was used as a base for many drinks. One of my favourite drinks is tea, or builder's tea specifically. The times when water was to be drank as the main drink is during fasting or other religious events during the Middle Ages. For example, according to the laws of King Ethelred in 1009, the nation was to fast for 3 days on bread and herbs and water on the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday before Michaelmas. Continuing with the focus on religious houses, some, like the Cistercian orders in the Cotswolds of England, created different pools of water for various uses, drawn from a natural lake or an artificial one. The pools would be used for fish ponds or for use in farmland or washing or drinking. Examples of this type of water management can be seen at Hales Abbey in the Cotswolds or Rievaulx Abbey in Yorkshire. There were issues with water, of course. The major issues with London's water supply, especially during the height of London's population in the 14th century, before the Black Death ravaged the population size, is an example of potential poor water management and sanitation. One paper on water in medieval London states, in controlling the running water within the city, the authorities were primarily concerned to maintain the flow and so prevent flooding and avoid pollution and smell, so that's people dumping waste into the waterways, such as rotten meat or produce, etc. So the quality of water in medieval England can vary. A monastic abbey tucked away in the Cotswolds would have an easier job of maintaining clean waterways, as opposed to medieval London with its large population. The same applies for rural locations in England. But wells were one primary source for clean, drinkable water, provided they were maintained. London also had its own fresh water supply, bringing in water from outside the city, known as the Great Conduit. In 1237, the citizens, with the support of the king, Henry III, acquired a plot of land containing a conduit head, described as a castellum aut piscina, which apparently contained a reservoir or settling tank into which the surrounding springs were fed. Sadly, this wonderful bit of medieval engineering was damaged during the Great Fire of London in 1666, but London was not the only place where a king could get a drink of water if he had nothing else to drink. Water conduits were all over England's major towns and cities by the 15th century, and abbeys and monasteries also had their own water conduit systems. But obviously not all water sources were maintained to the standards the regulatory bodies would like them to be. A king on campaign might have to drink water from any nearby stream or well, and this is where one might catch dysentery, or cholera, or typhoid fever. 2 English medieval kings have died from dysentery, which they might have caught from a bad water source or tainted food. King John, while in the midst of the First Barons' War, and with a good chunk of England occupied by the barons, John caught dysentery while on campaign. Whether it was from drinking tainted water or food is unclear. Roger of Wendover in his chronicles states that he was seized with a violent fever and became ill. His sickness was increased by his pernicious gluttony, for that night he surfeited himself with peaches and drinking new cider, which greatly increased and aggravated the fever in him. He, however, left that place at early dawn, although in pain, and proceeded to the castle of Lefort to take up his quarters, and at this place he was in such pain that on the following day it was with difficulty that he reached Newark on horseback. King John would die at Newark Castle and be hurriedly buried at Worcester Cathedral. Edward I also died of dysentery while on campaign, only instead of English barons and a French prince, Edward was trying to re-establish control of Scotland during the First Scottish War of Independence. Edward caught dysentery well before his attempted campaign, but he pushed himself on, yet his body was failing, and he died before he reached Scotland. Returning to the Anglo-Saxons, even before the formation of England, the charity of providing a drink of water to travellers is mentioned by Bede, who states that King Edwin of Northumbria, established a benefit for his people, in that in many places where clear springs/streams ran by well-used roads, where they were most frequented, he ordered posts with bronze cups hung on them to be set up for the refreshment of travellers. So in summary, water is the bottom of the tier list for medieval people to have drunk. Ale, beer and milk would have been better, tastier options, and ale was perhaps the most popular of drinks that both kings and peasants could enjoy. Unless of course one is a holy saint, because water in the hands of a saint is so pure. Ale if I have it, water if I have no ale. Ale was the most popular drink for most people up until the late Middle Ages. Hops to make beer don't come into England until the 14th century. As beer was relatively new, there were suspicions around it, plus the emerging competition towards ale brewers, with Andrew Boord stating in the later Middle Ages that beer is a Dutch boorish liquor, a thing not known in England till of late days, and alien to our nation, till such times as hops and heresy came against us. It is a saucy intruder in this land, and now in late days it is much used in England, to the detriment of many English men, for the drink is a cold drink, yet it doth make a man fat, and doth inflate the belly. Beer gut indeed. I personally prefer beer over ale. I find it more refreshing. But ale was something everyone in the Middle Ages could enjoy, from king to peasant, similar to bread. For most of the Middle Ages, women brewed ale at home, but there were brewing families who specialized in brewing ale. Ale was such an important part of the medieval diet for both king and peasants that laws fixed the price of certain items to make everyday necessities such as the ingredients for bread and ale, grain. Even bad King John knew that keeping prices set would boost his popularity, or lack thereof. These price fixes would change to what is known as the Assize of Bread and Ale Law by the 13th century. When a quarter of wheat was sold for 3 shillings, or 3 shillings and 4 pence, and a quarter of barley for 20 pence, or 24 pence, and a quarter of oats for 15 pence, brewers in cities could afford to sell 2 gallons of ale for a penny, and out of cities 3 gallons for a penny, and when in a town 3 gallons are sold for a penny. Out of town they may and ought to sell 4. But like all laws, someone would break them, so the price of ale could depend on how honest or dishonest the seller was, and if they were found to have broken that law for the first offence, 3 days in prison in 1337. Ale was so abundant that it was used as payments for other goods. Now, one drink all the kings would have had, especially as big babies, although some kings, we could argue, remained big babies. Milk, which the kings would have had a wet nurse. For everyone that wasn't rich enough to afford a wet nurse, or if their own mother would not produce milk, other sources were from sheep, goats and cows. Again, the process of milking animals was mostly done by women. Here's a description of the average workload for a milkmaid from the 13th century text called Fleta. It is the duty of the dairymaid to receive from the reeve, by written indenture, the utensils belonging to her office, and when she leaves, to return them by the same indenture, in which the date of her commencing work is stated. Further, it is her business to receive milk, against a tally, by the number of gallons, and to make cheese and butter, and to take charge of the poultry, and frequently to render account, and to answer to the bailiff and the reeve for the produce resulting therefrom. And when she can reasonably find leisure for such things, it is her business to winnow, to cover the fire, and do similar odd jobs. That job sounds exhausting, but milking animals is a seasonal task. To meet particular requirements, both were subject to seasonal factors. for cows and sheep produce less milk and that of a poorer quality over the winter months. In spring, after the young had been born and a fresh crop of grass had sprung up, plentiful supplies of rich milk had to be converted into supplies of white meat to serve the household through to the following year. No sheep was to be milked or suckled after Lady Day, nor any cow after Michaelmas, for this would weaken the animals, making it difficult for them to survive the winter. Milk set aside for a drink would have to be drunk within a few hours due to spoiling quickly, unless the milk was to be used for buttermilk, butter or cheese. Milk was also used for boiling alongside herbs, making milk a versatile product. In summary, if the English medieval kings desired a variety of drinks, they had quite a choice. Wine and ale were the most common choice for them, and water was the last resort for quenching their thirst. And to put a modern spin on it, I think the medieval kings of England would have loved curry with a pint of beer or a glass of wine. Hobbies. Everyone should have at least one. It's great for character building, whether it's drawing art or collecting particular items. These can be classed as hobbies. As for the medieval kings of England, despite having to run a country, all the kings had hobbies, something to do or work on during their relaxing period. So instead of going through each king, I'll be explaining the hobbies that nearly all the kings did. The first hobby is hunting, perhaps the most popular and enjoyed hobby for the kings to do. The Course of the Exchequer, an account on how the aspects of King Henry II's government worked, describes how important hunting was for a king's physical and mental health. It is in the forest, too, that kings' chambers are, and their chief delights, for they come there, laying aside their cares now and then, to hunt as a rest and recreation. It is there they can put from them the anxious turmoil native to a court, and take a little breath in the free air of nature, and that is why forest offenders are punished only at the king's pleasure. In the episode about the king's favourite food, I mentioned the forest in High Middle Ages England, that back then the term forest also meant an area of land the kings could designate as exclusive land for them. Most of the time it was due to hunting. The Norman kings onwards created these forests, as William the Conqueror was an avid hunter and loved the sport. As for the Anglo-Saxon kings of England, they too enjoyed hunting. The man who got the ball rolling on the creation of England, Alfred the Great, was a keen huntsman, as Asser states. An enthusiastic huntsman, he strives continuously in every branch of hunting, and not in vain, for no one else could approach him in skill and success in that activity, just as in all of the gifts of God, as I have so often seen for myself. A variety of animals were hunted by the kings: deers, foxes, wolves, rabbits, hares, etc. One of the biggest prizes for a king to hunt was the boar, a powerful animal. There's a tale of Richard the Lionheart facing off against a boar. At the king's shout, it retreated a little, then it turned to face its pursuer, foaming at the tusks, with its raised hairs bristling and ears erect. It worked itself up into a fury. The king shouted, but it did not move. It held its ground, spinning round to face the admiring king as he rode around it. The king attacked, thrusting a lance into it as though it were a hunting spear. The lance snapped, and the boar, maddened by the wound, made a powerful charge. The king, having virtually no space or time to maneuver, put spurs to his horse, and it jumped across the boar's charge so that only its rear trappings were hit. They attacked each other again. As the boar charged, the king cut into the back of its neck with his sword. He then spun his horse around again and cut the boar's throat. Embellishments aside, Thankfully, Richard wasn't fat or drunk while reminiscing about past glories, as hunting was a way to show off one's physical prowess and skill, which Richard possessed quite well. That tale alludes just how dangerous hunting could be. While during a hunt, packhounds or horses might get injured or die, the same can happen to the kings. There's quite a few close calls where a king has nearly died during a hunt, and there is a case where one did, William II, in 1099. I covered his death in episode 2. There's also William's older brother, Richard, who died during a hunt. Regardless of the risks involved, some kings were so addicted to the hunt that they took the hunt with them. King John, while in the middle of losing most of the Angevin Empire in 1204, still felt the need to delegate time to pursue this hobby, bringing wild animals caught in England and then transferred them to France for a good, honest hunt. While it might seem that hunting was this grand event where a king could forego their duties and relax in a carnal pursuit, hunting in the Middle Ages still had one aspect no king could truly escape from: politics. Quote, "One of the preemptive strategies of securing one's position in late Saxon society was through hunting. Hunting was used both by lords to demarcate social divisions and by lower-ranking individuals attempting to climb the social ladder. While the Norman kings undoubtedly escalated the exclusivity associated with hunting and lordship, the origins for this behavior are firmly rooted in the preceding period. So impress the king with your skills at hunting, and you might make a friend at court, or accidentally kill the king and leg it from England and never return. Hunting was so popular in the Middle Ages, you'd find the activity depicted across different art forms. For example, hunting was painted on church walls. This particular one from Hales Church shows a huntsman and his hounds closing in on a hare. Then there's medieval poetry, such as Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, which references hunting. Wonderfully fair was the forest land, for the frost remained and the rising sun shone ruddily on the ragged clouds, in its beauty brushing their blackness off the heavens. The huntsman uncoupled the hounds by a forest, and the rocks resounded with their ringing horns." England had plenty of forests for the kings to hunt. The New Forest in particular was a favourite hunting ground. The earliest English guide to hunting comes from the early 15th century, titled The Master of the Game by Edward, the second Duke of York, and a grandson of King Edward III. The book features chapters on each animal that was hunted and its nature, from boars to foxes, otters, etc. The book describes hunters as, "Hunters live in this world more joyfully than any other men. For when the hunter riseth in the morning, he sees a sweet and fair morn, and clear weather, and bright, and he heareth the song of the small birds, the which sing so sweetly, with great melody and full of love, each in its language, in the best wise that it can. And when the sun is risen, he shall see fresh dew upon the small twigs and grasses, and the sun by his virtue shall make them shine, and that is great joy and liking to the hunter's heart." The book is a fascinating read for understanding the hobby of hunting and why the kings enjoyed it so. Now a hobby closely associated to hunting, falconry, which is described by the British Falconry Club as: falconry is defined as the traditional art of hunting quarry in its natural state and habitat by means of trained hawks, which, in its simplest sense, neatly encompasses the practice. It is a highly traditional activity, yet one that remains relevant and valuable in the modern world. Humanity has always had a fondness and inspiration from birds of prey, with many being featured on heraldry symbols or battle standards to represent groups. Even today, millions of people flock to watch birds' nests on live streams. For example, Across England's churches and cathedrals, many peregrine falcons nest on the spires. There's even dedicated teams to monitor and sometimes intervene to save the life of a chick. Nests have been found in Worcester, Leicester, Norwich, St Albans, etc., all over Britain. The kings of England loved their birds of prey. King John's passion for his birds was high, as he owned many birds of prey and made sure they were well fed with fatty meat. And just like hunting, there are plenty of books on the subject of falconry from the Middle Ages. One titled The Book of St Albans in the late Middle Ages describes falconry in Middle English as info much that gentlemen and honest persons have great delight in hawking, and alpho how and what wife they should guide them ordinately, and to know the gentle terms in communing of their hawks, and to understand their fecknefes and infirmities, and to know medicines for them according, and the many notable terms that be used in hawking, both of their hawks and of the fowls that the hawks shall flay. Therefore, this book following in a due form knows very knowledge of such pleasure to gentlemen and persons to fee it. The Book of St Albans also states which birds go with each rank in medieval society: an eagle for an emperor, a gerfalcon for a king, a peregrine for a prince, a saker for a knight, a merlin for a lady, a goshawk for a yeoman, a sparrowhawk for a priest, a musket for a holy water clerk, a kestrel for a knave. The British Library expands on the choices of birds of prey. Specific types of birds were selected according to the nature of the prey or the location of the hunt. The two principal categories of bird, hawks and falcons, manifest different ways of attacking prey, whereas falcons dive from a height and are better suited to hunting in open countryside. Hawks swoop on their prey from a lower altitude, making them also suitable for woodland hunts. The hierarchy of birds and owner does, however, make clear how hunting with birds was a socially coded activity. The circumstances surrounding this form of venery distinguish the rich and powerful from the lowly knave. What gamekeepers did to make a living, the aristocracy enjoyed as sport. The hobby of falconry was definitely suited for the kings, as it was expensive, time-consuming, and a luxury that the kings could share with royal favourites or lovers. The next hobby is just as dangerous, if not more so than hunting: jousting and tournaments. King Henry VIII came close to dying from this hobby, and one French king did die from jousting. Tournaments and jousting is one aspect of the Middle Ages that is one of the most popular to be depicted in media or recreated in various history festivals all over the world. Some examples in England is the Glastonbury Abbey Ruins History Festival or the Battle of Evesham Festival, and each one shows different time periods within the medieval era. The Evesham one is based on the late 13th century. The medieval ones had no health and safety and were incredibly dangerous, and some kings even banned them, such as King Henry II. So not every king enjoyed this hobby, but in Henry's case, it was understandable why he banned them. One of his sons, Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, died during a tournament. Such was the nature of this sport. But there was a nice amount of money to be earned from tournaments, with gambling on which team or knights might win. The sights to be held really invoked that classic stereotypical look of the Middle Ages. The shining knights in their glorious armour, and again the physical prowess was something else. To be able to hold the lance and ride at the same time took considerable skill, so alongside martial prowess, but also horsemanship, it became the complete package for a knight to aim for. The young King Henry VIII became enamoured with jousting and tournaments at the age of 3, as after the ceremony that made him Duke of York, a grand tournament was held to commemorate the occasion, described as, during which 4 gentlemen of the king challenged all comers to run at the joust and compete for prizes of gold rings, set with diamonds and rubies. This proved so popular that a second tournament was staged 3 days later. The king and queen attended both. Still, the nobles' thirst for display was not quenched. However, for a third tournament was held. The most famous knight to win many tournaments is William Marshall, Earl of Pembroke, who won many tournaments and made himself rich with the prizes. The life of William Marshall describes one rather grand tournament. It was a splendid tournament, both sides giving their all for their companions, striving to strike and capture, defend and rescue. Many a melee raged on and on, ending only when decided with great profit and great loss. So many displays there were that day of shining prowess. The finest knights showed their valour indeed. Jousting and tournaments, while not every king or even most participated in them, jousting played an important part in medieval leisure and activity, as it showed outlooks of what a medieval king should possess if they were to be a successful king, especially on the battlefield. Now we're going to look at hobbies that are related to specific kings rather than a general overview, starting with one of my favourite kings, Alfred the Great. One of his hobbies was translating Latin text to English. One example, titled Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care, is such a work translated by Alfred, which he prefaces. King Alfred sends words of greeting lovingly and amicably, and I would have it known that very often it has come to my mind what men of learning there were formerly throughout England, both in religious and secular orders, and how there were happy times then throughout England, and how the kings who had authority over this people obeyed God and his messengers, and how they not only maintained their peace, morality, and authority at home, but also extended their territory outside, and how they succeeded both in warfare and in wisdom, and also how eager were the religious orders, both in teaching and in learning, as well as in all the holy services which it was their duty to perform for God, and how people from abroad sought wisdom and instruction in this country, and how nowadays, if we wish to acquire these things, we would have to seek them outside. Basically, Alfred is lamenting that England is suffering from a lack of education and knowledge due to the Viking attacks, and the need for good governance to come from a devout and intellectual education. The rest of Alfred's translations are an interesting read. This hobby for Alfred is not a surprise given his nature. Of course, to help him with these translations, his clergyman would have aided him, but as he enjoyed translating, it's still a good hobby. Our next king is Richard II. How could I introduce this hobby with an appropriate intro? Let's go with, it's called fashion, sweetie, look it up. King Richard enjoyed high fashion and design, spending enormous sums of cash on his wardrobe and personal comfort. His remodelling of the royal palace at Sheen between 1384 and 1388 incorporated 2,000 painted tiles for the king's bath, large bronze taps for hot and cold water, and most noteworthy, novel ties fireplaces and personal latrines in all rooms. As for his outfits, one rather curious design is described as illustrations of Richard's personal interest in and expenditures on exotic fashion in dress. One of Richard's contemporary critics noted that he was prodigal in his gift, extravagantly splendid in his entertainments, and dressed too much devoted to luxury. This source even describes a most curious and exotic garment that Richard had made for himself, a tunic of pearls and other precious stones and gold, and worth 30,000 mark. So not only was Richard's hobby of fashion ridiculously expensive, but also for his court the phrase "so hot right now" can be applied. By 1385 an elaborate court was fully functioning, and life within it was conditioned by the preferences of the king. It seems clear that it was Richard's intense interest in his own dress that was responsible for the extravagant and quickly changing fashions of his court. In the new court, Melu tailoring at last developed into an art. Our next king is Edward II, and in the words of my friend Josh, Edward II enjoyed LARPing as a peasant. In other words, Edward enjoyed activities that were not considered to be kingly for his time period, such as digging ditches, the work of a labourer, or even thatching cottages, which is rather ironic as the job of thatching cottages is a skilled task and an expensive one, meaning Edward would have done well in our time period. These hobbies were used by chroniclers to attack Edward's kingship. From his youth, he devoted himself in private to the art of rowing and driving carts, of digging ditches and thatching houses, as was commonly said, and also with his companions at night to various works of ingenuity and skill, and to other pointless trivial occupations unsuitable for the son of a king. Personally, I find digging quite therapeutic. It's good physical exercise, and you can see the work being done. While there's better ways of criticizing Edward's reign instead of attacking his hobbies, it's a fascinating way to see how the past is its own world. Although I can imagine it might be a shock for a peasant to see the king in his own little sailboat. The medieval kings of England had a variety of hobbies, and while I would like to expand on the Anglo-Saxon kings of England, as I feel they're underrepresented, but as always, the lack of sources telling us what hobbies they might have enjoyed are scarce or don't exist. Although we can make an interpretation that the kings, especially after the Norman conquest of England, enjoyed interior and exterior design with all the hunting lodges, palaces, castles and other royal residences that were built or renovated over the course of the Middle Ages. Castles are a brilliant example of the change in taste and in structural design. While the interior would be decorated with tapestries, furs, furniture, along with a variety of colour, depending on the king's taste or what was popular at the time. The medieval kings of England were a unique bunch, and I'm incredibly happy to have spent many hours researching them and creating these documentaries about them. Thank you all for watching. Congratulations! You've made it to the end of the Medieval English Kings series. What you're looking at is one of the bookcases filled with some of the books that were used in the research of this series. The rest are scattered around my house, which I now need to sort. And if you wanted to read the sources for yourself, everything cited is listed in the top comment of this video. Now, if you've watched the whole video in one sitting, please stand up and walk around. Nearly 5 hours is a long time to sit down. This is a series I've always wanted to create, as I've always been fascinated by the medieval kings of England and their stories, particularly King Henry II. And I've got to be honest, some of the topics I've covered were really hard to get much information on, thanks to services like Internet Archive and Journey Storage or JSTOR. I've been able to find the information I needed to complete a particular king. An example would have been the information on King Richard II's hobby of fashion. My favourite episode in this series was actually the last one, because I finally got to use a good amount of the footage I filmed at Glastonbury History Festival back in late April of this year, and also the footage from the Battle of Evesham Festival filmed in late August this year. I've still got tons of footage of those events left over, so I'll try to use more in future videos. I still can't believe this series is as long as it is. These shots are some of my favourites over the course of making this video. I'm incredibly happy with how the series has been received. Thank you to Charles and Byron for providing their voices for some of the quotes, and thank you all to the Patreon and YouTube channel members. Your support has been amazing. And thank you all for watching. Cheers.